What? So dumb. Alright, let's get started. So, what do I want to rant about this morning? I'm going to rant about the fact that I failed at making Tetris and it really depressed me. I think I still want to make Tetris. I'm not sure. I'm gonna let it stew in my head for a bit. There might be a different minigame. A more original minigame, you know? Everybody makes Tetris. Everybody makes Tetris, everybody makes that sort of inventory. They all do it. Why don't I do something different? I'm not like all of the other girls. I am special and unique. And why don't I do something different? You know, maybe it was a secret blessing that I failed to make Tetris, because if I succeeded to make Tetris, that would be in the main game. And that's boring. Tetris is boring. Who cares about Tetris? Let's make a different minigame. Something that you've never seen before. Exactly. Something that I've never seen before. I'm sure whatever I make, there'll be similarities. Alright, that's my rant. That's all I want to rant about. Yeah, that's literally all I want to rant about. I am refactoring, and that's what I'm doing. And it's going to be a slow, tricky process to do this. I have thought about not even streaming it because it's going to be so... It's going to take all of my energy. But that's fine. So, the plan, for whatever reason, I don't know why I did this, but I didn't make ships inherit. So that's pretty annoying, right? Why didn't I make ships inherit? So I've got to fix that first. Yeah. So I'm also looking to merge certain things into one component. And the main thing I was working on yesterday is to sort of try to... Well, I think that these components, the hull component, the thruster, the shield, the power plant, these can be put into the spaceship body pretty safely. These should be outside of this spaceship body, absolutely. These shouldn't be inside here. But I replaced. So at the moment we've got this shield component and this primary hull component, and I'm going to change that so they don't exist anymore because they do seem unnecessary. We're also looking to multi-thread things, and there's a few things I think that I can multi-thread here. I think some of this I can multi-thread. For example, this right here, this can be multi-threaded. This process can be multi-threaded. Same with this. Same with this task here. And same with this task here. These can all be multi-threaded. So, because all they're doing is they are, every process, they are doing a task, right? So they're increasing a number or decreasing a number, and there's nothing that's going to be interacting with the world except for this thing here, which can be done separately with a setter or something. So I don't need to worry about that. This can be done with a setter instead of a if statement in the process. So the idea is to replace all of those components with one process here, one function, and eventually I will be replacing, there's a function up here. Oh no, that was in the movement controller. I was going to multi-thread this. And then, but I need to wait before I multi-thread. I need to wait till I've got everything that I want to multi-thread into one function. And these things will have to be, you can't use the functions thing if you're going to multi-thread because it can't access this. It would have to call defer that. And what's the point? If you're going to call defer that, then what's the point? You know, so this has to be extracted, as it were, into one function. But this should be able to, I should be able to multi-thread this as well, I think, which will be a big deal. Well, not a big deal, but like this is just a little bit of maths, and that's the point, right? The only things you can multi-thread are like anything that is just doing some calculation. You need a thing to do a calculation, you can multi-thread it. What you can't do is multi-thread anything that's like interacting with the scene tree, right? These things will be okay to multi-thread. So anyway, the main objective right now is to remove these whole components and put them all inside of the spaceship instead. This spaceship script. I was thinking about, you could replace these with like a resource, but I realized that you might not be able to do that. It might not be a very good idea. So I'm going to replace all these processes right here. So this is take damage right here, take damage. Oh, I see. Yeah. Because this thing here was when I had the idea that you can shoot down missiles, right? Which is still good, right? But I think I'm going to achieve that in a different way. Try and simplify. Everything is about simplifying everything, right? Also, we're getting rid of secondary meshes. Yeah, we're getting rid of secondary meshes for now, and maybe adding it back later. But I do think that's a good idea to get rid of that. So take damage. This is for your hull. Take damage. Took hull damage, emit. I think we're getting rid of that as well, right? Yeah, we don't care about that. Current hull health. Yeah, we simply are gonna remove these variables, and we're gonna put them inside of here. Which again, those variables could be a resource of some sort, just to keep it tidier up. Right, they could be a resource. But I'm going to replace node components. Do this. We don't need to be doing any of that right now. Replacing all of that. And then the every ship is going to have these things anyway, so I don't know why I did components. I did components because it was as a trusted name. Interesting. Why would I want that? Copy. I'm not necessarily going to get rid of the script just yet. I'm confident that I don't need it anymore. Look at the shield. Copy. That there. Clean this up a little bit. Power plant. Copy. That there. Then this is what we call unrefactoring, isn't it? Taking something where you've separated everything out, right? And now we are letting that change. So we have a setter here, which is clamping energy, which seems unnecessary, right? When we can just do that wherever it's being processed. I don't know why I was doing that. And then yeah, if we turn this all into one, we can turn this all into one so we can just do this, right? At the very least. Or is there might even be a better way to do that. Clamp env. Value min max. Okay. Yes. It might even be I can't see it though. But there's a way to put this into one line of code instead. Whatever. We don't care about this. We don't care about this anymore. Anyway, this becomes one. All of these things can go into one process somewhere now. Eventually. We're going to put equipment. That's it. And hopefully this can be, hopefully. I don't see any reason why it could be. So this would be a equipment process. Yeah. We're going to return void. And it probably need delta. Oops. I'm hoping that I can get delta. Right? I might not actually be able to get delta. Thinking about it. If we're using, it would have to be called process in order to get delta. Think about that. Should be able to get delta. There's probably a different way to get delta. There probably is. Yeah, there is a different way to get delta, like something like engine get delta or something. Delta. Frames. Physics process frames. Max steps per frame. I bet there is something though. There's a way to get delta without using process. Yeah, you'd think so. Anyway, the idea is we this will be multi-threaded, yeah. We do this. So I copy this, put this here. Easy peasy. I take this, put this here. Change that to just is boosting. An indent doesn't match the previous inundation level. Not quite sure what you mean by that. An indent doesn't match the previous. What are you saying? Oh. See, my brain isn't working. I've forgotten how to code. Anyway, this looks already like I'm cleaning up a lot of nodes. This is going to be 4 nodes per ship, right, that I'm cleaning up right now. So that's going to add, that's going to reduce my node count. Every little bit helps. Obviously, it's not a lot. Every little bit helps reducing this node count. So this is the process, and like you say, I think that this can be done, should be able to be done in with a setter here. So, and this can be put into, and later on, this being a VFX sound effects component. And for that I will, so we're removing components, but I will be adding a few components. Well, I don't know. Like this being a component would make sense, right? Like all this VFX stuff should be a component. But hello Marathon, hello. How you doing today? How's your game going? Are you finished with your dialogue? This would be a set. This would be a set for shield down current health. Set shield down current health. Yeah, that's what that would be. That would be new current health. And that would be a float. This would be return void. And this would be shield down current health equals new current health. And then if shield down current health if shield if shield down and regenerating equals false, and if shield down current health, wait, no, let me see, equals true. Equals true, and shield down current health. So if it's true, it's going here, and then it would go here, go here, and if shield down current health is greater than shield minimum health, then the idea is to play this, and if self equals plus dot player body, then if this, okay, lots of if statements, a little bit too many if statements, but that gets rid of that. To be honest, this stuff could be done in the setter as well. And then this one right here needs to have the setter. I think I'm done with the dialogue for now, at least for enough for the first pass. Yeah. The nitty gritty. The nitty gritty. I'll gritty, you're nitty. Step shield down. Anyway, that's good. That's good. Is it more like I don't even know. What are you even working on? Something like you've got to create the dates and things, right? Got to create these dates. You've got to create the special scenes, the moneymaker scenes. I mean, that's done with the process there, so I'm gonna just do build so I know what's going on. Stir, thirster, and hull, and then the last one will be power. And got to go to the power. We're going to grab that, copy. I'm going to grab that. Just going to double check that none of these scenes actually have anything inside them. No, I've just made them scenes to make them easy to instantiate, I guess. Well, they can now be deleted. I should be able to delete them now. Except I've got to make sure I've got the damaging working correctly. So let's think about that. I could make a function called take hull damage, take shield damage, right? Hull damage, right, body death, your projectile. I don't want that anymore, right? So if parent body, it would be like this as well. Should make a little function, I think, yeah. Something like that, and then, you know what though, I will put that back. That was. In case I need to see it for some reason. But we'll make a little function here. Because we have damage here. Okay, we have damage here. Might as well separate that out. I'm going to create a branching dialogue for the dates, which is pretty much done. But there are a bunch of extra things that need to be done for interactions you can have during the conversation. So if you hit the girl with an object in the middle of her talking, she should respond and change dialogue. Holy shit. Yeah, I suppose she should. I suppose she should do that. and we'll change this to take whole damage. And then, what are you complaining about? Let's see. Shadowed variable. Shadowed variable kind of makes sense. Damage. Makes sense. Okay. And we do the same thing for. I already got it working for the main girl. Now I just got to do it for the new girls. Wow. No, it's playing the wrong audio. I'm trying to go back and remember how to set it up. Yeah, that's the worst when you'll have to go back. So something you did at the beginning. That is the worst. I'm slowly learning to make cleaner code, I hope. I don't know. Maybe not. But what you should do is make like relatively clean code from the very beginning, and then when you go back it's easy to see what's going on. What I'm doing at the moment, I'm unrefactoring my code. If refactor means you separate everything out so it's clearer, what I'm doing right now is I'm merging everything so it's less clearer, but it's more clearer to me. I hate it when I hate this. Do I hate it? I mean, I dislike this technique that everyone seems to have, and sort of what I fell into because people are like, oh, this is the way to do it. You have these components. You have you make everything into separate little things. More recent, my jam wrote projects for a little document that explains the code and how I set things up. Oh, that's a good idea as well. But anyway, my rant, I was ranting about refactoring and how separating out all these codes blocks, for me at least, is less clear what's going on, because I'm like constantly skipping through, oh, how does this connect to this? How does this connect to this? I'm skipping through all these different scripts. I'm going to prefer it like I did with my last project, where you just have like one giant script for most things, and that's going to be easier for me to handle. I understand that most people don't like that, but it's just I guess it's where my brain works. I want everything to be on one big script. Anyway, that's what I'm doing right now. So I should be able to get rid of what I'm doing right now. I'm getting rid of these components, right? I should be able to delete them right now, right? No. I have one more thing I have to do. Yeah, I have to do this. Copy. This. Then I'm going to clean that up a bit though. So we don't want this here. Don't want this. And then I'm going to turn that into a setter, right? So if shield down and regenerating, so let's be set if down, shield down, generating new regeneration, boolean void shield down, regenerating equals regeneration. If shield down and regenerating equals true, then play this sound here. And we want to make sure that if we go up here to the top, we set a set equals set shield down and regenerating. Nerd Mansion, hello mate. Hello, hello, hello. It's good to see you. How's things going? How is Epic Wings? Good. Generating. So this has to be re-changed now. This is fine. 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 I'm going to retain the effects component. That's the effects component that I'm going to change. Retain. That's probably the only one of the only components. Well, I'm going to keep the effects component. I'm going to keep the targeting component. I'm going to merge these two components into one component. And that reduces my node count massively. 2 more maps for Central City and I've finished the first floor of the city. All right, you've got a second floor, right? The upper city, I like that a lot. Not like, well, many games, I guess, do that, like in Final Fantasy VII or in Knights of the Old Republic or in Star Wars in general, I guess. And this is like a common thing, but it's cool though. And it's more representative of how things are in real life. Like in real life, we don't necessarily have explicitly somebody above you, but metaphorically they are above you and they live above you if they've got a nicer house. Anyway, shield component. So if this and this, we're going to take each. Trauma. We're going to play a shield hit effect, which to be honest could maybe done with the setter, but it's not a big deal. And if whole component. You're saying there should be a return here? Oh shit, there should be a return here. Which means this isn't happening, right? Oh, I see that there's a return. Change this to an else statement. Change this to take damage. That looks correct. And now that means I should be able to remove these components. Delete them. Removed 4 nodes. The neighborhoods of just rich people, it's crazy different to the hood. The hood in Salt Lake City. Don't you live in Salt Lake City? The hood of Salt Lake City. Where the real nasty Mormons live. The Mormons? I shouldn't say that. What was it doing? Okay, so hopefully that's done. Oh, there's so much to do here. This refactor is a big deal though. I do want to clean this up if I can. I might, at the very least, I might like start regions. So we have region, and this will be the VFX, SFX region. This is a region. I can hide that at the very least. Equipment processes. Update the blend shapes. Yeah. Okay. The next thing I need to do I'm going to think about this chassis real quick. So primary mesh. I really want to simplify things down so we don't have like primary meshes anymore and stuff, but I'm not sure. We have engine sound, which is a bit of a monstrosity. I'm not sure if it works. Contrails and blue engine effects and all these things. And this is a base. This is like a base chassis and should probably not even have a mesh to it. These are like scenes that you add to your engine effects folder, which I think is a reasonable folder to have. These are all damage effects. Oh, I see. Look at that. All of these damage effects. Interesting. And there's an overcharge effect here. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Damage over time effects. Damage over time effects. Overcharge. Damage effect. Yeah. Okay. That's all gonna be thought about, I suppose. Smoking damage effects. How am I going to deal with this? Am I going to leave all of these in? Well, something like overcharge effect doesn't need to be in here, but it needs to be saved first, right? Yeah, that needs to be saved first. So it needs to be saved as a scene. Scenes, visual effect, overcharge effect, I suppose. This is a better place to put it. It doesn't seem to be very good foldering here. I need to folder this to a... This is like a... And really this should be instantiated. You're not necessarily going to need this. I'm going to create a folder called status effect, status visual is your overcharge effect, and then you've got your damage over time effect, which is like that. Very similar, really. And this should also be saved. Let's save this as a scene and put this in the same place, but then we're going to delete both of them. That's something that doesn't necessarily need to exist. But we're going to keep affliction effects as a folder. No, we're not, because every node counts. Every node counts for performance, right? Every single node counts. And so it's better to just have these things loose. The only reason why we should have, and I think we should have this node here, is because this node should probably be a script that manages all of these things. This node should have a script attached to it. Same with this. This should have a node attached to it. And then yeah, you've got damage effects here and here. You've got a smoky damage effect here and here. And this should be a scene. Say this is a scene here. And this already exists as a scene, but we should move it. Damage effect. That's this one, right? Yeah, we should move these into the status visual effects and move this as well. Spotted scenes of conflict with. Oh, interesting. Well, yeah, overwrite. That's fine. Then we can go here. Now you've got all these effects, which again they're all optional, right? You add this to your ship that you're creating, so you add that, and then something like a hull hit effect. Those are also optional, because if you have a larger ship, then you're going to need a different effect, right? I'm going to create another folder in this visual effects. I'm going to call it effects. And actually, I realize that God, this is a nightmare, right? I realize that this one probably should be renamed to status. That's a bit simpler. And then we want to rename this. We'll put in like explosions in here separately. Godot likes to crash when you start reorganizing, so I'm going to actually be careful about it. I'm going to make sure I save constantly. Engine effects. Viewing engine effects. Directional large explosion. Huge jump in effect. We'll leave that loose for now. Hull hit effect, that's a hit effect. There we go. Okay. Iron flak explosion. I'm probably going to be reworking the visual effects as well, because I think they're a bit much and I want to stylize them more as well. What do I mean by stylized? I mean, they shouldn't look like just a ball of fire. There should be something weird about them and unique about them. but I'll think about it. I'm thinking about like different colors I can use and all of that. Light flare, I'll leave that. Black explosions, these can all go in the explosion. Small explosions. Explosion. Screamer explosion. A red engine effect. Thruster effect. We have the daddy visual effect. I don't know. It goes exactly. We have the shield hit effect. Yeah, okay, so and these things are sort of loose and that's okay. Okay, that organizes that a little bit better. And now I feel okay that I could delete these things, right? Definitely. It's not something you should necessarily have. It's going to be different for each ship. And then you have engine sounds. Engine sounds can be a scene. There are a lot. I know that there are a lot of sounds here, but if you are an NPC, all of these other sounds get deleted. So you end up with one sound, but if you're a player, you have all of these sounds because it's important to have all of those sounds for the player. However, I am thinking of changing these to be the player sounds. I'm thinking of changing them to be non-3D, which I think is reasonable because they don't need to be 3D if the player is using them, and 3D is just taking up resources. CPU resources, so all of these should change into audio player, but we're going to save this engine sounds. I'll save it as engine sounds if I can. And I don't think I even have sound effects. I mean, there wouldn't be normally be a sound effects scene, would they? We could put it under ship components. I'm going to put it into visual effects for now, I suppose. Or I could just have it loose. I think contrails. That's not going to be anything. I'm going to put it into visual effects, even though it doesn't make any sense. Now that's a scene. That's an engine sound scene. And to be honest, every single ship is going to have an engine sound scene, so I'm just going to leave it in there. Then contrails. I decided to get rid of these for performance, and I think that's a reasonable thing to do. I can always add them back in, but performance. You know, everything's about performance, and so this would be okay. This is like the bare minimum of a ship. I've just got to rework. So what the bare minimum would look like. What's this right here? Why are those like weird? Oh, interesting. Why are those weird? Oh, because they are. I see why. Yes, I understand why. Although I don't see anything. Oh, there it is right there, yeah. It's like offset so that when it's rotated, it's correct. It's kind of weird, I know, but yes, okay. So these every ship will have one of these. Ooh, will they? No, they won't, because some ships are larger and they will want a bigger hull effect, right? Although you can just change the scale, and I think that's what I was doing. I was changing the scale of these things because I think they are localized. Go here. They are local, so you can change the scale. Let's just test that. So bam, that's a flash. And then if I change the scale. No, it doesn't work. Does it? Oh, it does work, right? So it's that big. Yeah, it totally does. Okay. So that means that you just change the scale of these things. If you want a bigger ship. So these can stay here, the engine sound stays here, and then the Hall effects stay here. I will eventually, let's plan it out now. I will make a script here. So it'll be scripts. Where do I even put this? I don't know, ship components, I suppose. And we're just going to put engine effects.gd. And this will be, eventually this will manage last name. Engine effects. And maybe I will name it that actually. .gd. Rename. Yes. So this will eventually manage all of the engine effects, which I think is better than I may even be able to multi-thread this as well. I'm thinking about it, it might be possible. So all of this is doing, I don't know exactly what it's doing, but I'll have to work it out eventually. I think they were all working independently to each other at the moment. There's no controller involved. But I really need the controller to be used to be, the controller should be mostly used as more of a line of sight thing. So we turn things on and off depending on line of sight. Exactly what that controller is going to do yet, I don't know. The main task, right, so I've refactored a lot here. Everything will be broken, so I won't be able to play the game yet. I'm pretty confident in that. I'm pretty confident that I've just broken everything. Well, not yet. I haven't broken things just yet, completely. Anyway, we're probably going to leave this targeting component alone here for now. But there will be a new component because I want to attempt to merge the fire controller with the movement controller and create a new script for that. Yeah. Yeah. So I might even make a new node, right? Wasn't I I was actually thinking about this here. PC controller, be a good name for it. Yeah, let's copy that, or cut it or something. And this becomes one node here, and also These nodes, I think, these scenes here, the more I think about them, they should be... Oh, there's a raycast here, though. Oh, there's a useless component here as well. Need to probably remove that. Haven't looked at that stuff yet. Who are you calling a node? I'd rather be a node than a object. Trying to think what they call it in Unity. I think they're called objects. Turn away at game design with the wife. Sorry. I've been doing a ton of game design with the wife the last few days. Zero programming. Man. Does your wife play games? Yeah. The problem with a plan is, what is it? A plan only survives first contact with the enemy. Is that the quote? A plan only survives first contact. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. That's the problem with a plan, right? She's not a sixth direction of gamer, but she does play a lot of games. Now, what's next? Let me think. Mate, I failed to make Tetris yesterday and it's depressed me to no end. I will go back to it and I will defeat Tetris. I will conquer Tetris. No, actually, you know what? I might not even make Tetris anymore. I might do something different. Because Tetris is like, everybody's seen it. Everybody's done it. Why not make a different minigame that nobody's seen before? You know, that would be nice. It could be similar to Tetris in some way. Like, it would still have shapes, but let's not do just like backpack battles or whatever it is. Diablo, inventory slots. Who cares? Everybody's seen it, everybody's done it. Let's do something different. Not sure what yet. I'll think about it while I'm doing this refactor. Tetris can be hard to build, yeah. I've learnt that. I'm sure I could have done it if I watched the tutorial, or if I watched the tutorial, or I had help, if I looked at some GitLab stuff, some GitHub stuff, maybe found an example, maybe even talked to an LLM, something like that. Hey, Daddy LLM. Well, how do I make Tetris inventory? Oh, this is what you do. But I didn't do that. Anyway, I'm procrastinating. I'm refactoring my game. Let's think about that. So NPC controller. And annoyingly, because of this one raycast right here, would this raycast be better as an engine? This raycast, I mean, it's the tiniest efficiency, right? But this target in sight raycast could be done with the physics server. The only problem with that is it's more difficult to debug. I mean, it's almost impossible to debug. You have to do... You'd have to import that add-on that does the debug lines, right? Whereas here we just have the raycast debug already built in. So that's the only thing I would say about that. I think I'm allowed, however, to have a 3D node. I mean, it's top level anyway. This is top level anyway. Look. So it can be... So this can totally be a node... node instead of a node 3D, right? It doesn't need to be a node 3D. That's what I'm going to do. And this doesn't need to be a node 3D, especially if I make this top level right here, which it is. There you go. It doesn't matter. So yeah, I think I can safely... Now, I think about putting the targeting component under... And we're going to rename this probably to something like... Well, let's rename it here, right? Because this really isn't... I'm going to say targeting display, right? Because this really isn't what you think it is. Yeah. Like, targeting component makes it sound as if this is doing some sort of targeting, when in reality, all it's doing is showing stuff to the player. So I'm actually going to change the name of this as well. This scene to targeting display. A reticle, yeah. So also it has this 3D mesh that I was using for debugging, which needs to go eventually. You don't need that. I suppose this targeting component does want to be separate to the NPC controller, because I can imagine a situation that you would want a targeting component, but you wouldn't want a NPC controller. Can I imagine that situation? Yes, I could. So, yes. So I will keep those separate. You go there. This gets renamed. Display. And then this guy is saved as a scene. NPC controller. Movement controllers. I'm just going to pull it loose. And this guy, well, I've done it like this for now, but to be honest, well, yeah, we need to make local. These two scripts should be merged into this one script here, and we retain the raycast and the avoidance target, which is top level as well, right? Yeah. Which again was for debug. I had this little target so I can see how the avoidance does what it does. But and then we have this target selector, which is completely useless. I'm not quite sure why this even exists. Let's quickly try to merge that into this script here. Is there anybody who even uses this thing? Let's see. How would I find that out? Search, finding files, find update target. I have a feeling that nobody even uses this script ever, and you can get rid of it. I don't think this script is getting used. Okay, target. This was called target selector. Get rid of that. Dependency files. Okay. Well, we are intending remove this. And then remove this. NPC controllers, target selector. .gd controller.scene. There we go. Get rid of that. And then these guys, these two scripts here should be merged into just the one script with NPC controller. It's going to be a lot better. If it's all in Git and committed, just delete it. Things will bark about it and can restore it if necessary. No, I don't have Git. Something I use. I'm gonna make a script here. This will be called there. PC controller. Yeah, it could be in here. Eventually, there might be more things in here, I suppose. PC controller. Yep. And this can be class name PC controller. Yeah, I just back up my game. I don't want to do anything complicated. Seems a lot of work. Seems a lot of unnecessary bullshit. Right. Okay, so that's that. Then I'm going to work on merging these two files together. Let's see why this would be difficult. Or maybe I shouldn't merge these two files together. Maybe I should keep them separate. Do I want to keep them separate or do I want to merge them together? And this is 200 lines of code. I feel like things are going to work a lot better if I merge these things together. I'd be a lot happier, I think. So yeah, I think I would be a lot happier if I merged these. Let's copy that. Controller cannot be assigned. Controller equals self. Yeah, we're not going to need that anymore. Fire controller, copy. Paste. And this. Distance squared is the same, exactly. This is why, sort of reason why we should be merging these two things, because it's got unnecessary doubling. Lots of unnecessary doubling. I will cut this. Put that here. Seems to be a lot of stuff there. So I'll leave that there. Expected. Target has the same see, all I'm doing is that, yeah. Global position, not in current scope. So this would become parent body. Body. Global position. Calculating my avoidance. Excellent. And then you can move these variables to the top. Why not? I mean, they could stay here. Big deal. Just separate things out nicely, actually. Hello, Viking Kari. Hello. How you doing, mate? How's your game going? Are you working on anything? Right, so that will let me delete these things here. And I've got one long script. It's only 600 lines long. And I can get this down. I can get this down, I can make this simpler. It's going to be a lot simpler. I can see. I can clean this up a lot. So that's that, and then we've got an NPC controller. And then when I go to my spaceship, all I've got is an NPC controller, and I've got targeting display, which I'm going to clean up later. But it's there, and I can clean it up if I want to. And then we've got the effects component, so it's 3 components. I think targeting display does need to be a node 3D. It does actually need to be a node 3D, but it probably doesn't need to have this extra. For some reason I have an extra layer. I have a node here and then a node under that for no reason. And to be honest, I might be able to just make the targeting display a multi-mesh if I want to do the debug, and then that way I can just show or hide this multi-mesh, and then that saves 2 nodes right there. Comment all the things. Not yet. I've been playing ever crap out of 1800. Lately it's been Hogwarts Legacy, 0 game progress. Well, it's nice to play games, I suppose. Very nice. So that's that. And then this is, I think this is done. In terms of, this is what your ship would look like. That's a basis. So that's good. And then I start inheriting the scene. And we've got to recreate all of the bombers and things. So I've got a new inherited scene. Yeah, and we're gonna have to, in this transition, because what was wrong was these weren't inherited scenes. I don't know why I did that, but these aren't inherited scenes, and so it was a really stupid idea to do that. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. Side missions. So when your main mission is whining. Problem was they were not inherited scenes, yeah. I'm probably he's probably, oh, you don't know what that means yet. Oh, I thought you were judging me. They should have been inherited scenes. But, yeah, thought you were judging me. Yes, I know I did wrong. Please don't judge me too harshly. Get judged. Okay, so now we create inherited scenes. It's going to be a little bit awkward because they have similar names, but it's not a big deal. I'm still a noob, just a nerd. I suppose so, but you're very good at coding, aren't you, Codex? I have Judge Bread as my wallpaper. Judge Dredd? Or Judge Bread? Bread, okay. I never heard of that. Okay, so we're going to create a ship here using the spaceship scene. I'm going to save this as a... Let's start with an enemy heavy fighter, but we're going to see how... Yeah, they have 1 at the end sometimes, so... How can we separate these things out? I suppose I can just add a 1 at the end of things, right? Or let's add... I will do something like this in here, and then I know that this is inherited. And that's that. And then I've got to open up enemy heavy fighter, and then I can copy whatever over to this scene. So just get rid of a few things I don't need here for a minute. I'll delete those. Oh, refactoring is... Yeah, but it's been a bit different dealing with 3D space and such, yeah. A lot of vector maps and things. Vector maps are... enemy heavy fighter. Scene 1. And then we're going to copy some things from this scene over to this scene. So we're not going to mess with these things. I have 2 collision shapes on this for some reason. That's interesting. We're gonna keep copy this. Does have blend shapes. Has a surface material override for some reason. Oh no, that's correct. Yeah, we do want a surface material override instead of geometry. Do you want to use geometry override or surface material? I'm not sure. But I will just copy this. Put that here. Then I will copy the material here. Then right, I am the law. I probably need to watch Judge Dredd sometime in my life. I watched it. Same with RoboCop. I need to watch RoboCop at some point. Okay, so now we've done all that. We don't need any of this anymore. I need this. Just copy all of these. Put them. Oh yeah, I decided that they were going to be loose, didn't I? You know what? I've decided against that. I think I prefer if they weren't completely loose. Although processing power, although this might become useful. Kind of have a script on it at some point. Ooh, decisions. Do I risk adding another node? I think it's probably okay. Fuck it. I will add another node because it's just so much cleaner, isn't it, to have this node? Ugh. I've got to add that node. Okay. Go here, and that will update to here, and then I paste that into here. And that should all be exactly the same, I imagine. Actually, make sure all of these are centered, which they're not. Ooh. Make sure this is exactly how it should be. Interesting that that's rotated in some way as well. That's interesting. Damage effects. This has been rotated as well. That's interesting. I'm sure there's a reason for that. The ship mesh is out of place slightly. The scale of the ship mesh is out of place slightly. The rotation is 180. I think that's meant to be 180. I'm pretty sure. So all of these transforms are what they should be. This collision shape has been rotated and moved and scaled. Let's change that. I think you do need the rotation though. I think the rotation is going to be important. Alright, Codex. See you later, mate. See you later, mate. Target display, that's all okay. You don't have a process, so that's fine. Don't have a transform, I mean. So now... So now that's like that, and that makes a lot of sense. We have all these gun mounts. That can be potentially used on this ship. Come as a nightmare with all these gizmos and things. I suppose let's check over where they're all at. Make sure they're all placed correctly. Or more or less correctly. They don't have to be perfect, do they? This gun mount doesn't seem very correct. Well, I did just make the ship bigger, right? I think I did, because I changed the scale and everything. This gun mount is more or less in a good place, I think. It's a pretty good place for a gun mount. It's a pretty good place for it. This gun mount is at the back for some reason. That's interesting. I wonder why. Gun mount's at the top. I should probably go there, right? This one was probably meant to be somewhere here. Shouldn't there be a gun mount? Yeah, there should be a gun mount. I was in the wrong place. There should be a gun mount like here on this wing. And there's the 2 turret mounts that should be in the middle, right? One there. And then somewhere here. There we go. And then we've got the missile mount, which is just more or less randomly placed, it seems. Let's put that somewhere in the bottom. And I think these need to be rotated, right? So this needs to be locally rotated. Make sure this is on local space. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. This needs to be rotated like that. Let's make sure all of these are locally rotated the correct way, which they're not. May I link the judge? Yeah? You can link wherever you want, mate. These mounts can be simplified as well, because we don't even need anything anymore. Because I was going to have meshes. Each mesh would have a right, I am the law. Okay. Mine mount here. Right about here. Countermeasure. Here somewhere. Yep. That will make sense, and that's fine. And then I guess we change this collision shape, right? Oh, I can't change this collision shape. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. I did not expect that. Oh, I did not expect that. I expected to be able to change this collision shape. Ooh. What if I get rid of the shape? Can I add a shape now? Yes. Box. probably a box. I'm pretty sure it's important to have a bigger margin as well, right? I can't remember why, but I think that is important. Something like that. Of course, there is the idea that we attempt to do proper collision shapes. There is the idea that we do proper collision shapes. It's not the most ridiculous idea as well, but I'm pretty sure they're way more expensive. Like if you make a sibling single convex, you'd get this, which would be significantly better. But wouldn't be perfect, but it was significantly better. However, this is a lot CPU to handle, but there's an argument for it, and we might end up doing it. We'll see. So that will do that, I think. Means this. All right. I can maybe even clean up these numbers a little bit. There we go. We're not going to need blend shapes on this ship. It's going to have a mass value, that's fine. Shape key extremes, that's fine. Collision shape is already set, that's fine. And then you would add things like where are we? We're here. So we've added the gun mounts and we've added the engine sounds. That would be there by default. And then you would add these effects here, these engine effects. So you'd go here, you would add these engine effects here, and then you would find out why they were it was rotated. I see. Let's see why it was rotated. Degrees. You're knocking up some impressive stuff. Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you. Very kind. I'm trying to keep it. I'm trying to simplify at the moment. That's what the objective is to simplify the game, so that and optimize it, right? Because at the moment, unfortunately, you can't play it unless you've got the minimum specs seem to be like a 3080, not a 3080, a 3060, and a and like a relatively good CPU. I don't know. So I'm trying to get the CPU cycles down at the very least. Because I think the blockage is mostly the CPU. On the 3050, I'm knackered then. Yes. If I can get it running on a 1080 at 60 FPS, I will be happy, right? That's my objective. I just lost the game. Just lost the game. I say this every time I talk to you, but I do wish your RPG Maker carried on. I loved that game. That was really impressive. But it's up to you, obviously. Up to you. We installed RPG Maker the other night. Really? Let's be fair, ROG Maker isn't impressive. It's easy. Oh, RPG Maker isn't impressive, it's easy. It can get complicated. I mean, Nerd Mansion makes some very impressive things. It can get very complicated. And that would be the engine effects here. And then you would probably export the engine effects here and put your thruster effects here or something, but we'll work that out later. And then you would have your damage effects, and under your damage effects, we would have these three things, and I think damage over time effect. I guess that would be separated. I don't think you would. I think that you would do this. Thing is, I need that damage over time effect on each ship, but it should probably be instantiated there instead. It shouldn't probably live here. I'm not sure. This is just an effect to show, oh, this ship has been debuffed in some way. All right, see you later, mate. This has been. I'm not super happy with these things. Do you think maybe... Oh, it's already being scaled up a lot. What you see, yeah. It's already getting scaled up quite a bit. To the point where maybe we should be not scaling this up and just change the size of the particles, right? Let's do that. So they're clearly too small. So let's go to the smoke particle here and go to the process material. Let's go to the scale, change the scale, triple the size, so 12 to 21, and then do triple the size here. Process material, particle process, scale, triple the size from 3 to 6. Sparks. Triple the size. 3 to 6. There we go. I think you're going to need to... The sparks anyway. Those sparks will need to... A little bit longer lifetime, it looks like. Sorry, 0.7. And then they will need to also Is there lifetime randomness? There is, yeah. I don't want that. And I want to increase my velocity a little bit. Triple my velocity, 30 to 60. Maybe you can get rid of the... Put that back to 5. There we go. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, that's a lot more noticeable. Maybe the sparks are a little bit high. What about my AAB? Let's make sure my AAB is relatively reasonable. I think we're talking quite a bit bigger, really. Go for 10. 10. And this would be 20. Right, it would double, wouldn't it? 20, 20, and 20. Yep. And then my default should be a 0 rotation, a 0 position, right? You know, scale and stuff. And to be honest, the AAB should probably go up, right? So maybe changing that AAB real quick. Height. Depth. Width. Right. X. Yeah, this needs to be put in -1. Yeah, maybe a bit. -5. And this needs to go up 40. That's too high. 30. Right. That looks like a good AAB to me. That covers the whole thing. Let's clean up this AAB since this is the fire. To be honest, it's probably fine, but let's just clean it up. We're being very tidying everything up. So I'm just gonna put 0, 0, 0. Or no, I'm gonna put 5, 5, 5. And then we're gonna go -5. Make sure this is rotated as well. How do you do it? You put that. Actually, this would go there somewhere. So it would be half, right? 0 minus 0.2.5. Should put it in the center. Yeah, there you go. And then it's slightly bigger, I think. 6, 6, 6. -3. That looks pretty good. And then we'll probably do the same AAB. I think we can copy this with the smoke. Paste that there. But I will say, actually, the smoke is quite a bit bigger. A little bit bigger. Do 999. Do 5, 5. Minus 4.5. There we go. Okay, that looks pretty good. And now I can look at these damage effects, and they should be a lot better. Well, actually, they're a bit too big, surprisingly. I didn't expect that. Unless that's, no, that's because they're scaled. They're scaled. So there you go. Didn't I just have... Let's see. Is this one being scaled as well? Yeah, so this one also needs to be... Oh, this isn't a scene. Oh, and I was going to put this here, put this loose to there. Oh, no, wait. I'm doing this all wrong. Sorry. Go back. I don't actually care about you. Care about you. Yes. I understand now. So you go down to what? You already there. That's good. And then we want to go to smoky damage effect, in which you want to delete you. Then we want to go instantiate smoky damage effect scene, so that we've got a default scene to worry about, which is scaled automatically. Right. It's not what I want, right? There. Make sure that's rotated normally like that. No scale. No rotation. No rotation. No position. No scale. Rotation, no position, no scale. That leaves me with... the only issue with this is, like you say, like look at this render priority. We probably want to change the render priority here. To do that, I think you just do this. No? Put draw order. View depth. Draw order. View depth. Depth. Oh. And then I didn't realize that, but I want the sparks to show. Let's see. Passes. I think you go here, I suppose, and we put the alpha. You know, the render priority up there. And we put the render priority up there. And then now you can see this fire and then the smoke, which makes a little bit more sense to me. And then, but we do want to increase the size of these things. So by 3 times, right? So go here, my scale, 3 to 6. My sparks. Three to 6. And then I had to increase my velocity, 60, 30. I had to really I should just copy and paste the things from here. Copy and paste. Of course, these won't have the render priority that I want. There you go. Then you've got the sparks and you've got some fire, and that should all be fine. We're just going to make sure this is 3 times as large as it was. So that's 12 and 21. Then should be good. I also feel like giving this a color curve. Is that okay? That's interesting. Interesting. How do I fix this? Oh, look at this amount as well. Holy shoot, Batman. That was way too many. That was a lot. 48 particles? 48 particles. So what's happening here? Why aren't we getting a constant stream? I haven't got explosives off. Got explosiveness on. Something about the depth draw order, right? It's fucking me up. We've got alpha, blend mode, add, blend mode, shaded, subtract. I love a bit of subtraction. I love a bit of subtraction. I think. Draw order, lifetime. Oh, there you go. That's what I wanted. Looks a bit better, I suppose. It's very violent. But we don't even know how it's going to look in game yet, right? So, it's not a huge deal. Let's just see how it looks. We want quite a large AAB for this because this moves. In fact, you can tell from this. Actually, you can tell from this that this is going to look bad. This is how it's going to look, right? This is how I want it to look. Something like this. So probably reduce that down firstly. And I think this is why you do have the... This is why you have a large amount. It's really a large amount, so that makes it a lot better. Let's see now why you do that. I guess we'll see. 48 is a lot of particles. It's a lot of particles. And the AAB is going to have to be 48 is a lot of particles. Well, let's put the transform back to the middle, and then we've really got to worry about this AAB. So we're probably talking like 40 meters, 40 meters, 40 meters. No, we're talking about a lot more than that. 100, 100, 100. Because it could go in any direction, right? And then minus. Oops. Go. And hopefully that's fine. I'm a little bit worried about the performance of something like this. Right? We'll see. I'm not gonna. It's cool, right? It is a cool little thing. It's pretty cool, right? You can see how it's leaving the AAB there, and the AB probably needs to be bigger. But like I say, we will leave that for now. So now this goes here, and then you get this smoky effect instead. It's going to be a lot more impressive. Well, we'll see. It might be a bit too much. Let's hide these things for now so I'm not so distracted. And also hide the thruster effects. So you just have these things and then they get activated. Right? Well, I'm pretty sure they get activated. And so, yeah, I might. Wasn't this a scene? It's an effect 2, engine and effect. This should be called red engine effect. That. I'm sure that is red engine effect. Which again could probably be. Well, that's not too bad. That's maybe 70 particles total. I can't do maths, can I? Like 60 particles total, something like that. It's not too bad. And then of course there's the contrail as well. Alright. Let's go back here. I think we're done. Right, so this is what your inherited scene would look like. I think I'm pretty happy with this. So this is, so we could even count how many nodes we saved through all of that. Well, there's going to be internal nodes down here. And didn't I say I was going to do, oh no, yeah, that's fine, yeah. Well, isn't this meant to be a scene? Hang on. Damage. Time. There you go, that's a scene now. It's a lot better. I'm actually feeling good today. The reorganization is not going too bad so far. Let's go. That alarm was telling me to have get some food. And it's telling me to get some more coffee, so that's what I'll do. Be right back. Right. So it'll be ready in a minute. I've made my first, so I've got to go through each fighter and remake them, right? I think so. There's also efficiencies that could be made here. I think I was already doing that efficiency. I was like deleting them if they didn't exist, yeah. So, but there's a sort of a maximum amount. And there's an argument, there's a real argument to you should actually instantiate instead of delete. But the problem is you need to place them in correct places and all that, so it's better to delete rather than instantiate. Unless you had markers, which you're not saving in nodes. If the objective is to save nodes, then you're not saving any nodes if you have markers, so what's the point unless you delete the marker, I suppose. I mean, the point is mute. I think you're ending up with the same amount of nodes either way, so it doesn't matter. One thing I will need to do eventually is get rid of... I'm going to reduce this down to just... I'm going to get rid of body and head from the gun mount. That's mainly because I'm probably going to get rid of any sort of idea on having meshes. I was originally going to have meshes with my guns, like turrets and things, but it's going to be a little bit more performant if I don't do that. Only slightly, right? It's going to be, but there's a little bit of code, complex mathematics and code in order to have the turret rotate, right? And that's the code I want to avoid doing for performance reasons. So I'm going to simplify things down. So we'd still end up having the randomized audio player, and you'd still end up having the muzzle flash, and you would still end up having the, which is barely anything, right? This muzzle flash. Oh, I see, it gets a material, doesn't it? Yeah, I remember. And then, yeah, okay. So then we have, so this would eventually, hopefully, should we just do it now? So we move this here. It does mean that I'm going to have to do a little bit of calculation with the muzzle flash. So muzzle flash will have to be rotated, which is mildly annoying, but it's going to be a lot less code. It's going to be a lot less code, I think, in the end. So let's do that. And then we're going to go here to the gun mount and every other type of mount. And of course, I'm completely breaking my game right now in order to save a few nodes. In order to save 2 nodes, I'm breaking my game, but it's going to be necessary. And then the gun just has 1 node attached to it, so that's not a big deal. And I think I could even get rid of this node. It is something that I could do. That would be a big refactor. But it might be a good idea eventually. Honestly, it might be a good idea. We get rid of this node as well. We merge this script into this script. Things become a lot simpler. And it would be really good, I think. But let's go through every sort of mount that I've got. Make sure I'm setting it up correctly. So we have like this, which is special, and I'm not going to touch that. We have this, I just want to make sure that's under there for the time being. And then we have the large turret mount, which does have a mesh and things. And this is something that might end up being specialized, because I think a large turret mount should probably exist. Yeah, you should probably have this. This is for the capital ships. Should probably have a turret that you can see. So I'm going to leave that one for now. The mine mount, however, that's fine. Missile mount, that's fine. That's fine. Again, this is a special mount. You should probably see. Then the weapon mount like this. You see. But the problem is this is going to be inherited. Oh, it's not inherited. It's not an inherited scene. This isn't an inherited scene. This is an inherited scene. Okay, so that I've already set up in a way where I could hopefully delete this and this. Delete these guys. Should and mount, turret mount, which is basically the same thing. Yeah, so that should all work out. Let's just make sure all of this is positioned in a reasonable way. We don't want any weirdness to it. The gun, make sure that's like transformed reasonable way. This is transformed, zeroed out, 0 and 0, 0. Oh, there's a change here. Okay, so hopefully that I will fix. That will break everything, but I will fix it later, right? Okay. That's the plan for that, and then I'm going to rename this to enemy the fighter. Start with that, and all of that. And that's as clean and as simple as I think I can make it. Eventually I probably want to put a script on here or something. Yeah, I want to put a script on the weapon mounts. Like this will be a bit of a controller perhaps, I'm not sure. And we have just the NPC controller, we've got these things. That looks good. Now I just gotta go through each other shit. Hello Specnet, hello. How are you doing today? So by title, I am correct to understanding you optimizing code. Yes, I suppose so. I'm trying to. As far as I know what that means, I guess I'm not haven't got towards any optimization yet. I'm just refactoring, and what that means is I'm reorganizing everything, so it's a little bit more clear what's going on. At the moment, it's probably very messy. I'd like everything to be in sort of a little bit more understandable. And mostly what that means is I'm trying to reduce the amount of scripts I have, perhaps, and make my scripts very sort of specialized. And yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go through every ship and fix this now. So I'm gonna go to, sounds like fun. That's the only part of coding I somewhat look forward to, but if I ever around to it, I'd probably hate it. Am I hating this? I guess I'm not hating this. I thought I would hate this, but the main problem, of course, is I can't test. I've literally broken everything. I've literally broken everything right now, and there's no way I could even play the game right now. We're in the part of like I'm still organizing everything, and yeah, there's a lot. It's all about breaking everything and then fixing it again in a better way. Right. It's kind of scary, right? It's scary to break everything when you've had it working, and then yeah, it is scary. That's the thing. It is. Right, I'm going to open this scene, and I'm going to press New Inherited Scene. I'm going to ignore the corvettes and the frigates for now. I'm going to ignore those things because I'm not even sure how I'm going to handle those. I think I might rethink how those work. But we're going to go into the enemy light fighter, and we're going to say inherit like that. Oh no, we're going to go here. I'm going to open that, sorry. And then we're going to change this to enemy light fighter. Then I'm going to save this as enemy light fighter in error 1. And while I'm here, let's just go through and do that for each one. Actually, no, let's just work on it first. So let's open up the light fighter, enemy light fighter scene. I often encounter a similar situation in art. I spend a lot of time detailing an area, then realizing it doesn't work, so I have to erase it. Oh my god, hair. I feel like I'm getting a little bit better at hair, but hair is... This hair is not easy. This was probably, I don't know, the hair alone was like 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours. And then the body was like 3, probably. 3 or 4, maybe more, but as much time as I spent on the body, I spent on the hair. Ugh. But that's what hello Retro Village as well. Hello. Jesus Christ. Yeah. And that's what I was talking about. Like, I had the amount of times I erased the hair and restarted it because it looked wrong, and like had to like the amount of times I had to like erase it and then redo it and then erase it and then redo it. How you doing, Retro Village? I remember what your name was. Like Michael or something. No, Michael. Right, did I get that right? Nice particles. They're okay. These are all Kenny particles. Chris. Where did I get Michael from? Where did I get Michael from? Oh, last name Michael. Okay. Also somebody... You're also somebody who has had multiple first names. I have multiple first names as well. Anyway. Make sure I have some vitamins. Some salt. And I'll do this. So the first thing to do is to copy all of these gun mounts onto here. Oh, the second thing to do is to copy this mesh onto here. Third thing to do is to copy this onto are you rotated? You are rotated. And are you not rotated? You aren't rotated. So that's actually something I should consider. So you should be rotated by default to 90. Is that messing this up right here? Yes. Yes. Fantastic. I've got to redo all of this now, but that was obviously something that needed to happen. Well, why does it need to happen? Maybe it was stupid to rotate that 90. And I should just redo it. You're getting rotated 90 as well. You're getting rotated 90 as well. So maybe it's not ridiculous. Okay. Okay. So now you have to be rotated 0, 180, and then 80, 90 here, and mine. Why do you have to be rotated there? I'm not sure. This is probably the rotation we want on everything, more or less. And so I will copy paste this rotation. And then we've got to re-evaluate where everything's going. So you're going there. You're going to go here somewhere. You are going to go here somewhere. This is all local space as well. You can go somewhere here. You a little bit confusing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably be here. Which is a bit confusing, but it should probably be here. And then 6 should probably be here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 5 should be here. And 6 should probably be like up here. And then 7 should probably be like here. Okay, and then the turrets have 1 here somewhere. And then 1 should be like here. Okay, what's this thing then? Missile mount be here, and it should be rotated downward. Mine mount should be like here, and should be rotated downward. Then countermeasure should be back here somewhere and rotated backwards. Okay. And that's probably that. Okay, so I broke that and then I fixed it again. That's fantastic. Now, let's see. We want to go to the ship mesh, copy this, and paste that there so you're a different color. And we want to go to, got the gun mounts here, and we want to make sure all of these gun mounts are in the correct place. So we've got gun mount 1. It's in local, right? Local space. Nope. It wasn't in local space. I want to make sure everything's basically like that. Copy this. And then transform, paste. Okay. Then that can go there, that's fine. That can go roughly there, that's also fine. This can go roughly there, that's fine. Yep, those all look good. We have a missile mount as well. This would go slightly like this and slightly like this right here. Same thing here. Bring that down. Countermeasure. Bring that up. And bring that near the engine or something. Okay, there we go. And that will be all of the weapon mounts for the light fighter. And then we need to go to the engine effects. And we need to grab these 3 engine effects here. Paste them. And are you saying that you're not rotated by default? You're not. So again, I think these should be rotated by default. I don't think this one needs to be rotated by default, but that one does. And then that puts you in basically the right place. Just with some small adjustments. That's confusing. Oh, I see, because it's like that. Okay. A little bit further in. Might as well get this perfect. No reason not to get this perfect. There we go. And there we go. Yep, that looks good. And then we're gonna go to I'm actually thinking that I'm going to add these damage effects to all of them, because all of them will need these damage effects the more I think about it. So literally all of them will need this. So I don't know why I was separating these out. So now, yeah, you've got a little bit of a problem here. We'll probably delete these guys. But it should be basically the same. King AKWP, hello. What a blessing. Pixelorama had an update and now you can rotate directly in the canvas I'm sawing right now. I don't know what that is. Pixelorama? Is that a... Oh, pixel art thing. So not itch.io. I see. Very cool. Do you know Unreal Engine 5? I do not know. Is that what you're working in? So that's that. Then if you add this, you've got, then you go here and then you will automatically have them. You just got to place where they are. So, and I can change the scale and stuff if I want to. And they're more or less in good places already, really. Maybe move this down a little bit. Maybe here, maybe swap things around a little bit. Maybe put this here. Okay. The damage over time effect, I don't know what that's going to look like. I can't see what it's going to look like, can I? Go editable children real quick just to see what it's going to look like. It looks fine. Good. And then that'll be that. I think that's everything I need for this. So much more cleaner, isn't it? Spawn the damage in the spot that ship also actually takes a hit. All right, that sounds good. Sounds like a good idea. And then so we go here. Go here to make the next scene. New inherited scene from the spaceship. We want to save this as enemy medium fighter inherit. When I realize we're gonna have some problems for a while until I sort it out, so I might just remove the Corvette and frigate from the main menu for now, because I'm planning to do something different with those. I want to think about that later. So let's remove the custom battle panel. Let's remove these two for now, or I could just hide them. And then so let's get rid of this. Look at this. Let's go to the enemy medium fighter. Copy this, put it here, and then we're going to give you a material override, and then why? Oh, I'm using the wrong material. Didn't realize that. I was using the wrong material on that. There you go. It's good, good to catch that, I guess. And then, let's see. I'll grab all these weapon mounts, right? Copy. And I will paste them here. I've got to check them over, make sure they're all in basically the right place, which I'm sure they're not. 0, 90, 0. There we go. Roughly the same place. It didn't have to be perfect, obviously. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay, that's okay, but I want to change this to be pointing downward. I want to change this to be pointing downward. I want to change this to be pointing backward. And I want to put it nearer the top. Okay. And then, hello Munglo, hello mate. How are things going? Have you done your Gizmo add-on or whatever? Let's see. So grab these effects here, copy, and I want to paste them here. We'll go back to here, and then we'll move this like so. And that's pretty much correct already. I don't have to really do much. think I do want to move these forward a little bit, like here. And then same with these. Yeah. Okay. And then I want to check all of this. Make sure this is like reasonable and looks okay. It's in a different place maybe. Damage over time effect. I'm sure that's fine. Okay. That should be a enemy medium. Got movement feature complete. I moved it to the main project and even got the procedural dungeon working. First time running around the dungeon data and agent. Interesting. Maybe I forgot. I'm sorry. I thought you were... Did you change the game that you were working on? I don't know. I can't. I'm sorry. I apologize. All I remember... I don't know. I hope it's going well. Making a procedural dungeon. Okay. Let's see. So that's all of the enemies done. Because I want to keep it nice and simple, so I think that's all my enemies done. And then we wanted to go through all of the players and things. So we want to make a new inherited scene. New inherited scene. We want to go to enemy. We want to go to player bomber here. We want to change. Wait, no. What was it? What did I just do? Cancel. Don't save. I want to new inherited scene from spaceship, sorry. And then I want to save as player bomber. We'll call it inherit 1. And then we can go to the player bomber, which is here. Chassis. Go to the ship mesh, copy. Weirdly, I don't have the missing. Strange. I must have done something at some point. I'm missing my surface material override. I'll quick load this. It should be correct. I do all the same things at the same time, so it's different a lot, but it's all interconnected. Right. Yes. So I want to listen to this. Just background music, I think. Would be fine. Let's put that all like there. Wow. And then we have a ship mesh. You're angry about something. Oh, you're angry about not having a shape. Oh, did I forget to do that? Let's give you a... I have to use boxes. I really think I do. Unfortunately, I have to use boxes for now. But I'm really thinking of like creating custom shapes so it's more accurate. Think about it, think about it, think about it. This has to be a box. Yeah, something like that. Doing delivers at night is so scary. I can't even see the house numbers and just wandering in the darkness, waiting for the Wendigo to eat me. Alright, he's got a delivery job at night. Maybe I should get a delivery job to do. How you doing, Deformed? Sounds like you got... That's good though. That's good. Are you sure you can have Wendigos on Hawaii? I'm sure there's some weird Hawaiian law. I'm sure they do have weird Hawaiian law. There's probably some... Is it offensive to say cannibalistic things? That's my first stereotype is there's some sort of cannibalism going on in Hawaii, but who knows? Is there a new demo? What, for my game? No? No, not yet. There's an older demo. It doesn't really have anything new to it though. That's Brazil. I updated this page 7 days ago. I put a build on here. I have the picture. This is the full picture of the girl, so I don't need to censor it here. So I thought I'd show it. You have to censor it for Steam, don't you? Unfortunately. It wouldn't be accepted. What's the island there they did eat each other though? Easter Island? The Easter Island, right? They all died, they all like starved and stuff. I know, I've seen some pretty crazy Steam capsules, especially those anime ones. Alright. But you're not allowed, you're allowed to have... you're allowed to have, Why am I censoring myself? You're allowed to have tits, you're not allowed to have arse. I'm pretty sure that's true. So I have to actually go back real quick. All the inherit. Inherit. Because I think that this wouldn't be applied. So I'm going to have boxes. You might be able to get away with a capsule here, which would be nice. But boxes are fine. Boxes are pretty efficient, right? You can't go too wrong with a box. Our friend turns into a goon again. No. I do, but I enjoy drawing attractive characters. I'm not gonna draw. Well, I say that. But I enjoy drawing attractive characters. You know, I don't know. Don't know what to say. Maybe if a miracle made it. Yes. Okay. That's that done. And then I can go back here. My inherited box. Player bomber. Grab my weapon mounts. Copy. Mounts. Paste. And let's just make a do that real quick, and then we'll check what we're looking at here. So that looks fine. I will make sure we're on local. That looks fine. 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 Yeah, that looks fine. We have 2 missile mounts. We want to point these downward, or sort of want to point them like in this direction, really, kind of out like 45 degrees. 5 degrees like this. Doesn't quite have to be perfect. It's fine. And then we have a countermeasure, and I want to make sure this is pointing backwards and sort of near the back somewhere. It's fine. And then that is nearly everything done, except for I'm going to need these effects here. Copy. Paste them here. And then come out of local space. Out here. That's fine. Then I'm gonna go to and then all I need to do is just check over these effects. I'm a little bit confused why I can't see these effects. Oh, there's a whole hit effects. Sorry. I shouldn't be able to see those. It's fine, I'm just going to stay inside of there. It's the damage effects that I should be able to see. Alright, I can just show them like this. And then put that on there somewhere. Damage effect 2. Maybe somewhere down here. It doesn't matter too much. We're going to put the smoky damage effects, I don't know, somewhere here. This one's a bit big, let's be honest. This one is a bit big. Oh, it's naturally this big. Let me change that to be 1 by 1 naturally. Actually, put that. And be 1 naturally. Yeah, that's a lot better. It's not as huge now. And should go through all of my other inheritors. Yeah, just make sure that heavy. Just make sure this is not that big. So scale that down. That's going to be a bit of a weird place to put it, to be honest. So I'm going to put it there. Then make sure that this one is size 1. There we go. Make sure that this one is size 1. Let's put it in a reasonable place. Okay. Next I'm gonna go to in here. Okay, I think I finished this, right? Got all of the engines, got all the effects in place, got all of the mounts in place, I've got all of this in place, so that's that done. I've got to rename it to player. And then we need to delete this. I guess I'll keep all these up now because I'm constantly changing things. Get rid of this. They will inherit spaceship. Save it as player heavy fighter era 1. We open up fighter, and then we want to go to the ship, copy this, go here. Sorry, go here, paste it there, and then copy, paste, and then we want to go to weapon mounts and copy all of those over. Should be more or less the same, I'm sure, but we'll just double check. And make sure this is on local. Looks fine. Looks fine. 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 And then we have missile mount. This one isn't fine. This needs to be like this. This one needs to be like this. This one needs to be like that. Then my countermeasure will poop out from the top. Down a little bit. That's good. And then that should be that. And then I go here, I grab the engine effects. Grab these engine effects here, copy you, I go here, I go here. Double check that you're in the right place. Slightly off each time. Each time it's just slightly off. Don't know why. And then we're gonna go to... Oh, I just did that wrong, by the way. Can you not do that? I don't want to be doing that. I want to be doing this. I don't want to move the whole engine effects. I want to move just the actual effects. There we go. And I'm going to go to these 4 things. I'm going to make sure they're all in like a reasonable place that you can see. There's a damage effect here. Effect here, that looks fine. Just move that one back over here so it's in a different place. And this one, I trust that that's going to be okay. Okay, so that is heavy fighter done. Just 3 more to go. I'm gonna go here. I'm going to new inherit scene. I'm here. I'm going to save this. Clear light fighter. Inherit 1. Light fighter. This is tedious, and to be honest, like, I don't know why I'm streaming this. I feel like I should just be watching a show or something, or listening to a podcast, or listening to a book. Why am I streaming? By the way, I forgot to do this. Heavy fighter. Be okay. Let's do that. Let's go to the... You've seen Breaking Bad? I have not. You did recommend that to me, actually. That's something I should be watching, but I'm still watching my 80s shows. You know, trying to osmosis 80s into me. I feel like it's a little bit of like research to make sure I get the correct vibe and stuff. Black Mirror, I have not. I've heard about that as well. You're judging me for my lack of culture right now. Zone. There. Do those. Put them here. Make sure they're all roughly in the right place. Locally, that is. Do this 090. There's one episode called USS Callister you would like. The guy who makes a virtual world of an 80s spaceship show and traps his co-workers in it. Oh really? Oh, that does sound good. I would like to be trapped into a... That sounds like fun, maybe? I'm not sure. The thing is, there weren't actually any 80s spaceship shows. Right? That's the funny thing. It's all just Star Wars, right? And Star Trek. At the very end. I mean, Star Trek is more of a 90s show. New Generation, I mean. There's other things, though. There are other things. Oh, this is meant to come down. Battlestar Galactica. I would call that a 70s show. I mean, it's on the cusp, isn't it? Might have been a comic, I forgot. I did like Cat Battlestar Galactica though, it was really good. The original one. I thought it was really good. I liked it a lot. I'd say it may be better than the modern one. It might be in a comic I forgot. It was one of my favourite Black Mirror episodes. It's on that cusp though, because Star Wars is also 1979, right? And I would say Star Wars is 80s. Babylon 5? I thought that was 90s. I didn't like Babylon 5. I liked Andromeda though. Have you ever seen that? Well, I mean, I only watched a little bit of it. Star Wars is a Dune copy. True. Oh, Dune is a big one, right? Dune was a big film in the 1980s. That's good. And then of course there was the show the film I watched called The Last Starfighter. That was good. And of course Tron, and also Terminator, I guess, and Alien and Predator. Those are sort of 80s and those are sort of sci-fi. That was my first job, was designing the Babylon 5 website. Oh really? Wow. That's impressive. So you're a web dev? James Cameron, yeah. So those are the weapon mounts. Then we have these things. I gotta make sure they're not local. We do this. We do this. I think it's because I changed the scale of things, and so everything is slightly off. And a veteran. I was an intern at a company at the time, still in high school. No, I started as a front-end designer and animator. I spent a while doing Hollywood sites. Oh my goodness. I went into the gaming industry. Oh my goodness. Who knew? BioWare. Did you know one of my favourite games is called Knights of the Old Republic, and my other favourite game is called Mass Effect, and my other favourite game is called Jade Empire, and my other favourite game... What else did they make? That was it, really. And then they got bought by EA, and then everything went downhill. Well, I guess they got bought by EA during Mass Effect, didn't they? Was that I don't know. But Knights of the Old Republic, oh my god. Knights of the Old Republic. I've even installed it. I intend on giving it a playthrough eventually. Another playthrough. KOTOR is my favourite. Mass Effect, then I went to EA when they bought us. Alright. Wow, you're a real game developer. That's insane. Mate, I'm super impressed. Here's me just messing around in Godot. Oh. Is everything okay? What just happened? I'm still live. Just Godot crashed. THQ. Oh my goodness. Put us in the industry. Let's open this up with the console. I debate whether I would want to be in the industry. Right. I suppose I would want the money, right? Let's open up this with the console, but it'd be stressful to have a job. Concept art looks dope. Thank you, Nightchild. This is my my page, my wallpaper for my game. Yeah. That's why I'm into Godot. I want to go indie and found Godot, fell in love. Alright. Awesome. I mean, I saw your video on your channel, but I can't remember if you said, oh god, I'm so bad. I wish I could remember what you said you were working on, because I think obviously I watched this video, but I don't think you're making this, right? Oh, I'll be your second subscriber, there you go. Does SpecNet have a video? I've never actually looked. SpecNet has videos. 4 years ago, Dark Souls. Dark Souls 3. Oh wow, I didn't know you were a Dark Souls person. I think I remember you saying it actually. Interstellar Marines. Maud's birthday event. Why you should download The Hidden. Interstellar Marines. What's that game? Interstellar Marines. Happy birthday, dear Lord Maud. Shallow Sue, hello. Hello, smiley face. "11 years ago. What is happening? This obviously isn't gameplay. What's the gameplay like? I've never seen this game before. It looks really good, doesn't it? I can tell it's an old game, but it looks really good. I would play this game.
Oh wow.
Sound.
Check your right, guys. Check your right. Did we win?
Hold on, guys. The ceiling's almost dead.
Ah, damn it. Recording 15
Alright, what do we
seconds.
do?
Alright, Nuke, you're the sergeant. Go. Wait, what?
Fire?
At instinct.
Fire?
In
Fire?
fire?
Damn.
Yikes.
Dang it, you guys.
Woo!
took my
I'm
idea.
safe.
I actually wasn't this time.
Really?
I really wasn't going to do it.
Happy.
I don't know what's going on. This would need a lot of context. I love what that's such like a dark web thing to find though, isn't it? Like something obscure like that. Of somebody posting their old like nostalgic memories. I mean it's just like my channel, I have that as well, but with Freelancer. And I'm never getting rid of those videos, and I'm really happy they're still there. Because I can always look back on them and be like, oh, this was Freelancer back in the day. Anyway, make your own games and use them as a portfolio to apply to industry jobs. Well, the thing is, for Deformed, that's really good because Deformed, he knows Blender, he knows Houdini, he can make effects, he knows Unreal Engine. There's no reason why Deformed shouldn't have a job if he wanted one, actually. But if you're working Godot, you're kind of fucked. Concept is simple. One prominent member of the I Am community and Stellar Marines just had his birthday. All gathered to record clips and well wishes. Nice. All right. Hello, Sterling. Hello. And for anyone in Twitch chat who's confused and thinks that I'm talking to myself, I have a YouTube chat as well, but it's not on the screen. Yeah, not a lot of pro jobs with Godot, but there are a few pro companies. That's why I started Retro Village. Why don't you hire me, Retro Village? I can work on your game. You seem like an industry expert. Anyway, what was I doing? I've made this. I've got to place these things. The only problem with working for a company is you would have to learn how to Git. You'd have to learn how to become a Git. God damn it. Shameless plug. Can you explain what you were doing? Are you working on a game? Return chat overlay rage. Hello, Afghan. I'm not talking to myself. I have friends, but really. I wear a headset all day so people don't think I'm crazy. Shadow Zoo. I can't show you my game. It's all broken. Let me see. Because I'm refactoring. Let me see. I could launch the game. I have an exported version somewhere. Let's see. This one here, right? This should launch the game. All right.
Especially the drafting and slingshot.
The game is against this player. This is before the AI remake. Or I remake the AI. I think this is before I changed to interpolated physics as well. Yeah, look how good the AI is. I can get it back to this though. Just make some work. Man, he is fucking me. I got him. There you go. That's my game. But yeah, at the moment I'm doing a refactor because it's not optimized very well yet. So, well, the first thing I want to do is refactor everything, and then I'm going to. Reminds me of Battlestar Galactica, really. After I've refactored everything, they're just sound effects from like free sound, you know, like they're like free sound effects that I found on the web, on the internet. What was I saying? Something about my game. Oh, I'm refactoring at the moment. And then after I've refactored, I'm going to optimize. And I'm going to switch to C#. But first I need to like reorganize everything so it actually makes sense. Because at the moment, there's a bunch of things that are wrong. And I want to like just reorganize. And yeah, so... Make sure that's not too loud. Bit of ambience. Actually, can I get some music instead of ambience? Would that be okay? I don't know. I mean, ambience is okay, but maybe this? Joining the C#, yeah. I'm gonna, with like UI and stuff, I'm gonna stick with GD script, and then with anything performant, I'm gonna do C#. So that, I think I finished you, right? I finished the... Finished this refact and that one right there. So the next one is new inherited scene from spaceship scene. I'm gonna save you as player medium fighter era 1. Medium fighter. Oh, did I put in the prison shape? I did. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna grab the ship mesh, copy, paste, paste. And then we're gonna go to the gun mounts. So 5 gun mounts and an ability mount. Copy. Paste. To make sure all of these are correct. So we're going to go to transform 0 T 0. And we're going to make sure it's all on local. That one looks okay. 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 Then we're gonna go to I've hired a few people in the community to make a few small items for my game. For example, we don't have a lot of particle experience or shader experience. Oh, really? I did make this shader. Look at this beautiful shader. And you can You can change things about it. Let's make it unique so I don't make anything. Change the color. I like the purple. Interesting how they... All speed. Oh, I probably got rid of that. Cool. What was I doing? I got distracted by something. And then I decided I gotta put the gun mounts in. I did the gun mounts, and then I went to the engine effects, so I gotta put the engine effects in. Copy. Paste. This is gonna be not local. And then that's it. Just add these things. Make sure they're all in a reasonable place. And okay. Proselytism. Proselytism. this is him. Alright, that's that done. I think. Okay. And let's go to. I'm actually tempted to give them different shaders now, different colors. I use smart words, that means I'm smart. How did the Mr. Farm Boy playtest go yesterday, Stolen? I want to make a new inherited scene. I want to inherit from that. I want to go to. Oh, that reminds me. Player. Box shape. Save ship as me inherit 2. Medium like the 2. And then we go to the ship mesh. Copy. Mesh. Paste. We're going to quick load this, and then we're going to weapon mounts, copy, paste. Make sure these are local. You can tell that they're in the wrong place. So we go 0, 90, 0. And it's okay, 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 okay. Okay. Then we go medium fighter, go to the blue engine effects, we copy this, we go here, paste this here, we go not local, go to these guys, make sure they're in the right place. They never are exactly in the right place. Good. And then we go to, and then that's it. So now I should be able to delete these old ships. Go to mechanically most sound. Some technical bugs, but can't comment on balancing given he's going to introduce upgrading before early access release. I'm mostly bitching about his UI because it's a bit inconsistent and not everything follows the same rules and you can't interact with it. I see. I see that you what do I think about that? It's okay. I don't know. Mate, UI is so people have very strong opinions on it, and what makes good at UI and bad UI is very subjective. But people want to pretend as though it's not subjective. I don't know why. Anyway, that's all I say about it. So we go to I'm not going to delete the Corvette yet. Just going to delete all of these guys. It might say though that I can't delete it. It is going to say I can delete it. Okay. Oh, I can delete this one. Okay, and then now I'm going to go to the ship data. I'm looking for the resource. Got confused. There it is. Ships. Yeah. So we'll change this. Enemy heavy fighter. Enemy heavy fighter. Enemy light fighter. Enemy light. Enemy medium fighter. Copy. Player bomber. Right? Player bomber. That was the player bomber, right? Copy. Copy UID. Player bomber. Okay. Player heavy fighter. Player heavy fighter. Player light fighter. Ah. Is there any story to your game or just a random matches type of game? I really want to do a story. I really want to do a story. I hope I can get a story. Yeah. we aren't making a program, making a game, and I think the game, the UI should be more of an art than That's just my opinion. I feel like that the UI should be more art than should be form over function. IMO. Yeah, I would love to have a story, and I really want to. What my demo is, I think my demo is going to be separate from the main game, and it's going to be a little experience that has no relation to the main game, almost no relation to the main game. It's going to be like a prologue. The demo is a prologue, and you play the prologue, and this prologue isn't in the main game. That's what I want. Hope I can do it. Let's see. Open crafting on the left side of the map, it opens right aligned. Opened on the right side, it opens. That is a bit weird. That's cool, but if it doesn't open, it doesn't switch side, which probably should. I mean, it's a little thing. It's a little thing, isn't it? It's not really a big deal. Intended for this behavior so that you can see the map. Your character can vanish behind the UI now. I wonder what happens when I try to play the game. I'm not even going to try. Anyway, I've broken the game. I've completely broken my game with all of that. I've really got to think about this refactor. Also, the left line is on the edge of the screen. The right line is like 66% of the screen. I don't know. I just don't have opinions on UI. Like, I think some people have opinions on UI. I don't get... the only frustrating UI is Blender. Because there's too much of it, right? I don't know. Blender's the best UI. Yeah, I mean, it does what you want it to do, right? It has a billion options and everything, I suppose. Serve without friction. Yeah, maybe. Number of options. Make implemented work focus and workflow. Let's move two-handed. Yeah, but a Blender, yeah. It's a lot like Linux actually, because Linux, if you know Linux, you're like typing in this terminal constantly, and you're doing all sorts of stuff, and it's just like bam, 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 bam. But if you're a Windows noob like me, and then you're going over to Linux. You're going to attract the Vim users. Like when you see people and they don't ever touch the mouse, or they hardly ever touch the mouse and they're just typing stuff, that is pretty cool. Crazy. Because that's what it was like back in the days, right? I feel like, yeah, back in the day, you would do that a lot more probably. Now, the objective should be now to unfuck everything and get something functioning. Is that what I should do? Is that what my function is right now? Maybe. Is that what I'm trying to do right now? Let's just find out what happens when I launch the game. Okay, here we go. We couldn't find various things. Okay, that's an easy fix. Next bug. Damage effects manager, couldn't find damage effects on the first damage effect. Oh, that would be here when you would assign these things up. So let's do that. Actually, I can inherit this. This is the whole point. We can inherit this. We go bam. Oh, no, we do want that. Go assign damage effect, assign smoky damage effect, assign damage effect 2, assign damage over time effects, overcharge effect, we don't want that. And then it should inherit. Everything should inherit that. Just make sure you go through it and save all of it, 'cause sometimes it's weird like that, right? Primogen, yeah, I like Primogen. He's very impressive. He's very clever. Devs made for beginners. It's probably true. The real game devs use C++, and then they use like OpenGL or something, right? Although the real game devs do use Unreal Engine. That's fair. What are you complaining about now? Oh, right. I mean, we've got to merge these things together, right? I forgot that I'm doing that. NPC controller. So we need to go here. And we're sort of removing the NPC fire controller and changing it to an NPC controller. And then changing this to an NPC controller. Do this. Ship controller can just stay there for now. And then fire controller, just go to the NPC controller. And let's just go ahead and assume that we're going to have these things. Right. No need for an if statement. Actually, we shouldn't assume that we've got these things because of the capital ship controller is different. Right, that's true. Didn't think about that. So where did I assume? I assumed that up. Those shooting of the guns. Okay. You come up with a new minigame idea. I haven't yet. I'm gonna just refactor and then my mind will turn. We'll get a new minigame. Because yeah, I think Tetris is fun and interesting, but it's not very original. I can come up with something original, like Starforge was original, right? I don't know a game like Starforge, a minigame like that. So I think I can do it. There's no real game dev archetype. The way I see it, even tabletop game developers or game devs, the medium used to deliver the game experience. Ooh, fancy. You can make it easier or harder. To me, in the long run, I would say GD script is making it harder for yourself, but it serves a purpose. Being easy. Alright. Yes, I suppose so. What are we looking at here? Controller. What's all this? It's just my debug label. Cool. Next. What's this? We'll just get rid of this. Get rid of... Hmm. Hmm. Two. What are we looking at here? My ally button. Oh yeah, because we need to get rid of shield components. No, none of these exist anymore. This doesn't exist anymore. Um. Okay. I'm gonna think about all the instances where it like sets here. So like especially in the effects component, like all of this needs to change. I just really didn't like this component idea, you know? I watched this one video about make components for your game. Do everything with components. But in the end, we're just adding nodes. We're adding nodes for no good reason. Ratcheting everything up into smaller bits. And it's just vaguely annoying. This should be take all. This should be take image. There is a better way to do this as well, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, using like a dictionary with instructions inside of it, but I don't know. You need a resource for your resource. I hate that. Yeah, this is all fine. I like all this. This is redundant at this point. Whatever. Mean because C# is faster or more advanced? Maybe. It's certainly faster, isn't it? Whether it's faster to make, I don't know. I couldn't say whether it's faster to write. Hopefully I can actually find that answer out eventually. Give me like a year with C#. Because I can pretend as if maybe I could learn Python easier. I could pretend that that's the truth, but to be honest, I would have no idea. If you presented me with like some sort of Python thing, I probably wouldn't be able to do it. Lock yourself out of C#. What was I doing now? Okay, I was going through everything. We've got to make sure... Well, let's just see what the next bug is to get an idea. What to do next. Get children on null value. Right, we're getting rid of these. What's this for? I don't know. Just comment that out for now. Right. This is independent firing. We'll deal with that later. Well, I'll put that on self. But they will need a head for that, but I'll think about that later. What is all this? This is the... What is this? I'll rotate and elevate. None of that's really going to work anymore. That's okay. Rotating elevate, I'm not doing this anymore. Well, I might do later, that's the thing, right? Yeah. Just gonna pass for now. So I want to keep that there. I might export the head. We'll see. Ah, yeah, we don't want that. I'm just making things work at the moment. I'm not actually refactoring yet. Material override with value standard material on a base not instance. Oh, yeah. My new state machine is just to like resources. My new state machine. Oh my god, I nearly spawned in. I nearly spawned in. Oh, I see a mistake though, right here. Oh. Oh my god, I spawned in. close anyway. It hasn't crashed. What the hell? What the hell? What's happening, guys? Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh my god, it didn't crash. I fire my weapon? No. Can't wait to refactor all of this, but we're just going to make it work first. So many efficiencies. So many little efficiencies to make. Oh, I can fire my weapon. Big news. Big news. Although the muzzle flash is incorrect, right? Oh, and the enemy fired its weapon. Oh my goodness. Wait. Oh, something went wrong. I don't believe... Oh, I see what happened. I ran out of energy. I understand. And I didn't call this function yet. I was gonna multi-thread this function. I will eventually. I will multi-thread this function. Eventually, I promise. But for now... This one here. We'll put in function process, and I will equipment component process delta. There was another one as well that needs to be done. Oh no, I think that's being handled elsewhere. Okay. There we go. Man, the AI is so bad as compared to how it was. There's a lot of work to do on the AI. Oh! I didn't expect that. It's just running away from me. I can't kill it. Stop running away from me. Hey. All right. Preload doesn't exist in C#? What? What's up, bud? What's up, my flower? buddy, flower, bud, flower. Oh no, bud is from buddy, not right, yeah. Just use load. Just use load forehead. Progress has been made. How many nodes have I removed? Let's think. How many nodes have I removed so far? I've removed... I had like 10 on the state machine. This thing used to have like 10 nodes here. Yeah. And these, I could get rid of these nodes. It would just take some effort. So that's 10 per ship, definitely. And then I got rid of all those components. So that's like 5, so that's 15 per ship. And then I went through all of the gun mounts and I got rid of 2 per gun mount. So we're talking, I've removed like up to like 10, maybe even more per ship. So now we're on 25 nodes per ship. And then I removed those contrails. So that's like 5, that's like, well, that's more like 3 nodes. So that's 28. And I didn't really remove any of these. So I think that's pretty much it. But that's not too bad. And there's still more room to remove more nodes. Well, no, really, I think this is my minimum. This is my minimum. I can't imagine removing any more than this. I think I need this for function. And there's nodes here that aren't doing anything, that can be like, they're just like pivots, or they're just like transforms, or this is just a mesh. This is just like a pivot, this chassis node. And this one's just like a folder. But it could, in the future, this could be used to do something. I might put a script on that eventually. I can really see that happening actually. It might be used for like independent firing, like a fire controller. If I want independent firing for my gun mounts, that would be good. It's stolen. What was I doing now? I have no idea what I'm doing now. There's just a bunch of little I've got to just keep on making little efficiencies and like refactoring and stuff, right? I'm not sure where to start. Not sure where to start. Over refactoring. We won't save time reading cryptic abbreviations. Ooh, that's a good point, Farah. You know what? The thing is though, abbreviations, when you have like really long code like this, sometimes I wish it was like when I have to go onto another line, for example, because it's so long, because the variable name is so long. And then I understand why you want abbreviations, but I don't tend to do abbreviations. But it's not a good example of that here. But like when I have to do UI, especially, and there's like these giant lists of things. Like here, for example. Oh no, that's not it's okay, but sometimes I have to go on another line because everything is so long, right? NVim. So I guess I'll work on the AI for a bit, right? I think that's what I'll do. I suppose so. Maybe. Strafing, yeah. What was this? Man, there's a lot of complicated things here. Shit, this is complicated. But I think this is good code though. This is complicated, but it's good. Firing weapon mounts. Selecting targets. Yeah, this is complicated. This is complicated, but it has to be, right? We were thinking of adding in sliding. I'm not sure. Have you started on refactoring your UI code? No. Reduce the amount of added nodes and use a dictionary to load scenes of components. Ooh. I'm not sure I like that. I feel like it's a bit limiting if I want to do something unique and interesting. I like having I mean, it's like I have scenes of things, right? Actually, I don't. No, I like have everything sort of different. I want every button to be unique and special. Yes. Helps with a lot of repetitive elements. I can see that, yeah, but... So let's just improve the AI, I suppose. How am I going to do that? We need to... Oh, there's somebody here called Danigel Sabel. Hello. The thing that bothers me about most space games is how ships have vulnerable health bars that show real damage to parts of the ship. That would be cool. That would be cool. Freelancer did have that, actually. But it's obviously way beyond me, unfortunately. It's a very complicated system. That's the sort of thing you'd need your C# performance for, probably. Because you would need so many colliders. Yeah, you need all these different colliders on your ship. Every single... I don't think it's a Godot sort of thing possible. unfortunately. But I was gonna have, because I was gonna have a primary mesh, and then I was gonna do that, right? I was gonna have primary mesh and then secondary mesh, and each mesh would have its own hitbox and its own collider and stuff, and you could destroy bits off. I think there's even like videos of me experimenting with that at the very beginning. That was the original thing, but as the project's gone on, I realized the performance of the game is paramount, you know, and because it'll run fine for me, like I will get like 700, 800 FPS, but then someone like Merdboy plays it and they get 30 FPS, and I'm like, shit, what's going on? So even though I'm getting those sort of numbers, I've got to optimize. Well, you can't really do any you can't do any collider stuff in C#. It's all physics server, isn't it? Oh, you mean Jolt physics? Last time I tried Jolt physics, it was it crashed my project, but I'm gonna try it again in 4.5 because there's a update to Jolt physics, and hopefully they resolved some of my stability issues. But I'm not sure. Well, we'd have to experiment with it and find out if it made any improvements. What am I doing? I was thinking about the state machine, my very simple state machine here, which I'm very happy about. Now, isn't there something about match statements, and they're inefficient because it will go... Because it will check this, it will check this, it will check this, and check this. But if you do an if statement, it will check this and then it will skip. Is that true? Is there any way to find out? It's probably better to look up switch statements versus statements versus if statement. Switch statement, if statement, both used for decision making. This statement is typically used when there are only two possible outcomes, when the conditions being evaluated are complex, not limited to single values, allows for Boolean. Switch statements are designed for situations where there are multiple discrete values against a single expression. Yeah. Provides clean, readable way. It can be more efficient. Ooh. Especially when there are many possible values. The switch statement uses a jump table during compilation, which allows for fast execution. The number is large. However, switch statements are limited to checking exact matches. It cannot handle range-based. One key difference is if statements are better suited for Boolean values and complex for switch statements excel when dealing with fixed data. I think I should be using a switch statement. Yeah. It sounds as though there aren't really any performance differences. Performance. Okay, so the compiler optimizes the switch statement. Cool. However, for a small number of cases, typically fewer than 5, the performance differences are often negligible. Okay. Okay. I was thinking about the sliding, and I was thinking about how would I do that? How would I create more of a slide? It'd be an if statement here. You'll be unlocking this in certain situations. What is cross product again? Remind me what cross product is. Dark Boy Dev. How you doing?
Which also have a standard introduction, along with a deeper understanding.
Dark Boy, did you know, are you doing okay? Did you pass your exams okay? How are you doing?
Of linear transformations, but this time I'm dividing it into two separate videos. Here, I'll try to hit the main points that students are usually shown about the cross product, and in the next video, I'll be showing a view which is less commonly taught, but really satisfying when you learn it. We'll start in 2 dimensions. If you have 2 vectors, v and w, think about the parallelogram that they span out. What I mean by that is that if you take a copy of v and move its tail to the tip of w, and you take a copy of w and move its tail to the tip of v, the 4 vectors now on the screen enclose a certain parallelogram. The cross product of v and w, written with the x-shaped multiplication symbol, is the area of this parallelogram. Well, almost. We also need to consider orientation. Basically, if v is on the right of w, then v cross w is positive and equal to the area of the parallelogram. But if v is on the left of w, then the cross product is negative, namely the negative area of that parallelogram. Notice, this means that order matters. If you swapped v and w, instead taking w cross v, the cross product would become the negative of whatever it was before. The way I always remember the ordering here is that when you take the cross product of the two basis vectors in order, I hat
My head
cross
hurts.
j hat, the result should be positive.
I don't know
In
quite know
fact,
what he's
the order
saying
of your
right now.
basis vectors is what defines orientation. So since I hat
This
is
is
on
a
the right
bit
of j hat,
advanced.
I remember that v cross w has to be positive. whenever
What I want to know is this what if I cross product? Do I get this vector here? I assume I do. I get this a vector from here to here. That's what I assume. Perhaps you need to start at chapter 1. I'm sure he'll say
v is on the
eventually
right
that
of
this
w.
answers that.
So,
You don't
for
get that?
example, with the vector shown here, I'll just tell you that the area of that parallelogram is 7. And since v is on the
You get a
left,
number? Got free tests still. Other than that, I'm doing fine. Just been playing games and messing around all day. Oh, awesome. Oh, so you're still doing some tests. That's just adding them. Really? If I just add two vectors together, you get the vector here? Do I have to divide them by 2? Or... if you add them, they're basically chain. Let's watch the rest of the video, I suppose, anyway, even though it's not what I expected.
left of w, the cross product should be negative. So v cross w is negative 7. But of course, you want to be able to compute this without someone telling you the area. This is where the determinant comes in. So if you didn't see chapter 5 of this series, where I talk about the determinant, now would be a really good time to go take a look. Even if you did see it, but it was a while ago,
Okay.
I'd recommend taking another look just to make sure those ideas are fresh in your mind. For the 2D cross product, v cross w, what you do is you write the coordinates of v as the first column of a matrix, and you take the coordinates of w and make them the second column, then you just compute the determinant.
Ah, yes. Just computing the
This is
determinants.
because a matrix
Of
whose
course.
columns represent v and w
What does that mean?
corresponds with a linear transformation that moves the basis vectors I hat and j hat to v and w. The determinant is all about measuring how areas change due to a
This is not meant for
transformation.
devs.
And the
No, probably
prototypical
not.
area that we look at is
It's
the
good
unit
though.
square
Look at all these animations and stuff. I like these animations a lot.
resting on I hat and j hat. After the transformation, that square gets turned into the parallelogram that we care about. So the determinant, which generally measures the factor by which areas are changed, gives the area of this parallelogram, since it evolved from a square
course.
that started
Yes.
with area 1. What's more, if v is on the left of w, it means that orientation was flipped during that transformation, which is what it means for the determinant to be negative.
Yes, I knew that.
As an example, let's say v has coordinates -3, 1, and w has coordinates 2, 1. The determinant of the matrix with those coordinates as columns is -3 times 1 minus 2 times 1, which is -5. So evidently, the area of the parallelogram they define is 5, and since v is on the left of w, it should make sense that this value is negative. As with any new operation you learn, I'd recommend playing around with this notion a bit in your head, just to get kind of an intuitive feel for what the cross product is all about. For example, you might notice that when two vectors are perpendicular, or at least close to being perpendicular, their cross product is larger than it would be if they were pointing in very similar directions, because the area
Ah, so that's what we use it for. That's what we use it for. That's what you use a cross product for. Ah. It's to be like, oh, are these similar? Right?
of that parallelogram is larger when the sides are closer to being perpendicular. Something else you might notice is that if you were to scale up one of those vectors, perhaps multiplying v by 3, then the area of that parallelogram is also scaled up by a factor of 3. So what this means for the operation is that 3v cross w will be exactly 3 times the value of v cross w. Now, even though all of this is a perfectly fine mathematical operation, what I just described is technically not the cross product. The true cross product is something that combines 2 different 3D vectors to get a new 3D vector. Just as before, we're still going to consider the parallelogram defined by the 2 vectors that we're crossing together. And the area of this parallelogram is still going to play a big role. To be concrete, let's say that the area is 2.5 for the vectors shown here. But as I said, the cross product is not a number, it's a vector. This new vector's length will be the area of that parallelogram, which in this case is 2.5. And the direction of that new vector is going to be perpendicular to the parallelogram. But which way, right? I mean, there are 2 possible vectors with length 2.5 that are perpendicular to a given plane. This is where the right-hand rule comes in. Point the forefinger of your right hand in the direction of v. Then stick out your middle finger in the direction of w. Then, when you point up your thumb, that's the direction of the cross product.
Interesting.
For example, let's say that v was a vector with length 2 pointing straight up in the z direction, and w is a vector with length 2 pointing in the pure y direction. The parallelogram that they define in this simple example is actually a square, since they're perpendicular and have the same length, and the area of that square is 4. So their cross product should
But how do I get this vector?
be a vector with length 4. Using the right-hand rule, their cross product should point in the negative x
I just times these 2 together.
direction. So the cross product of these 2 vectors is negative 4 times I hat. For more general computations, there is a formula that you could memorize if you wanted, but it's common and easier to instead remember a certain process involving the 3D determinant. Now, this process looks truly strange at first. You write down a 3D matrix where the second and third columns contain the coordinates of v and w. But for that first column, you write the basis vectors I hat, j hat, and k hat. Then, you compute the determinant of this matrix. The silliness is probably clear here. What on earth does it mean to put in a vector as the entry of a matrix? Students are often told that this is just a notational trick. When you carry out the computations as if I hat, j hat, and k hat were numbers, then you get some linear combination of those basis vectors. And the vector defined by that linear combination, students are told to just believe, is the unique vector perpendicular to v and w, whose magnitude is the area of the appropriate parallelogram, and whose direction obeys the right-hand rule.
Oh, so that's how you get your orthogonal direction. Right. That's interesting. That's cool. I feel like I've done that before. Perpendicular direction. I feel like I've done that before somewhere.
And sure, in some sense this is just a notational trick, but there is a reason for doing it. It's not just a coincidence that the determinant is once again important. And putting the basis vectors in those slots is not just a random thing to do. To understand where all of this comes from, it helps to use the idea of duality that I introduced in the last video.
I wanted to know what a cross product
This concept is a little bit heavy though, so I'm putting it in a separate...
I mean, the main takeaway is it's mainly this thing. It's the area here, but you use it mostly to find out if 2 vectors are similar. But there's also a way to use it to get a perpendicular direction. But it takes some... But there might even be... There's probably like something in here anyway, so I don't need to do that. But I feel like there wasn't and I had to like make something. Because dots. Can't remember what dot was, but I feel like I've used dot before as well. I use length all the time. That makes sense. Octadectron. The outer product. Posmod. Project. Reflect. Rotated. I've used that. Round. Sine. Sine angle 2. Slurp. You can slurp your vector. You can slide your vector. Ooh. Okay. Why was I looking at that? Let's think. I can't quite remember why I was looking at that. No. Alright. What was I doing? I was thinking about having an if statement or something and changing this direction to be different. So let's experiment a bit. Rotated. Let me look at that again. This is the inverse of this vector. Ooh. Dot product. Returns a float. We don't want that. This returns a vector though. Oh, this is doing the thing that he was talking about. This is making the perpendicular direction. Where was that? This is doing this. The bit at the end. It's doing this bit. It's doing this. Okay. So across you. Experiment. It's gonna happen. Yes. That looks good. Okay. How do I use this? I'm not sure. Drifting sideways, yeah. How do I use this? I don't know. What's it look like with the Y? You can make things, you can make it like do interesting movements, right? You could even do this and this, and then we can choose between them. But I don't know what. Oh. Let me think about it. Because I would want them to, what I want, I suppose, is every now and then I want you to unlock your rotation from your movement to do what I do when I engine kill. So what does that mean? Actually, you know what I want is I have the target. I have a target position. Target is ahead. I have the intercept as well. I wonder what something like this looks like. I think you'd want direction 2. You'd want mover, global position, direction 2, set. Oh my god, it's working perfectly. Is it? Oh my god, it's perfect. Holy shit. He's like drifting at me and shooting me at the same time, right? Drifting sideways. So there needs to be a decision at some point. Some sort of decision. Oh, I'm going to use this. I want to use this type of direction. Oh, I want to use this type of direction. So There's an if statement there, I suppose. But of course, this should be in some sort of state because we wouldn't want it to change too often, back and forth. I could create a special state for it, like a drift state. Drift seek. Drift seek. Drift seek. Or I could put it inside of the seek state. But really, it should only really be happening if you're close. If you're nearby your opponent. That's where you choose, oh, maybe I should go into the drift seek state. There's also the idea of the strafe state, because I already have code to make it strafe. But I probably want to look that over again. Anyway, this was the winner, right? This is a drift direction. Of course, I should only calculate this if I need to calculate this. Right. Nominal direction. Something like that. And it just gets used here, right? It doesn't get used anywhere else, just there. So because I could just stick it into the seek state, or I should make a different state. Because when I'm drifting as well, I might want to go a bit slower. No, it didn't look like it needed to speed up, to be honest. So I could make it speed up. It looked like it was weirdly like sort of. I think it would have to be a separate state. But it's whether I want to... Yeah, I think I will make it another state. I'll make another state. Where do I do my state? It's like in resources. Movement states, and have a bunch here that I haven't added yet. Let's just go ahead and add them now. So I want a new state called states to seek and drift perpendicular if English said it, perpendicular to the target. Exports. Drift. Seek. State. Then we have some other things here that I haven't done yet. We have state to go into a corkscrew evasion. So I haven't, but I do want that eventually. Export evasion. Okay. And then I want the strafe state. I definitely want that state to stop ship in front of the target and strafe side to side. Export strafe state. And this would be enough. I think if I had all this, it would make a very competent looking AI. And then finally there was a go to state to go send the ship to a spot and then wait, stop. Export go to okay. Some of these we already have. Drift seek, we don't have that. Strafe. Go to. And then drift seek state, I'm going to create a new resource. Movement state. Drift seek. State name. Why do I need a state name? Why do I need a state name? State name. Why do I need a state name? I think I was using that for debug or something and it didn't work. I don't think I actually need a state name. Oh yeah, using for debug. I guess we'll leave it in there in case I need it. I'm not. Drift. Seek. This sort of decision making, like what state it should be in, could be multi-threaded. I think so. I think you don't need this state machine to be on the main thread. Yeah. Right, there's nothing here that's interacting. There's nothing here interacting. Oh, say, oh, you'd have to call defer this. It's not a huge deal. Yeah, you'd have to call defer that. Probably fine though. Probably unnecessary, I'm not sure. What was I doing? I was going... Yeah, I'm gonna do the drift seek, there we go. Really unnecessary to actually export these anyway, right? Because I'm just using them. Well, it's easy. It's nice and easy to like, edit stuff, isn't it? I suppose. Drift seek, so it should be basically the same seek, probably. Maybe a little bit shorter. Too far limit. Yeah, if you're too far away, then you don't want to be in this state, do you? So probably like 500 meters is too far away, I bet. and then maybe a bit longer than that. 100. What do I mean? That's the same as that. Okay. And too close. I don't think there's going to be a too close. And am I going to limit the, or am I going to change the movement speed in any way? I don't think so. If anything, I'd probably go slower. I'm not sure. Perpendicular. I'm actually having a lot of fun right now. Messing with the AI is more fun than I thought it was going to be. It's actually a lot of fun. Too close should peel off. We could make a random decision here. If you're too close and peel off. Right, because we have aggression. Right? We have the aggression score. And so you do an if rand f is greater than aggression, then you flee. But if you have a high aggression, if you roll your good aggression, wait, is this right? So higher the aggression, the less likely you are to flee, right? High aggression, less likely you are to flee. Rand F returns 0 to 1, right? So yeah, I think that's correct. And so current state equals drift seek. And then maybe there's a choice here between, and then later add a choice here using finesse. So maybe this should be finesse actually, not aggression. It could be finesse and aggression in some way. Not sure. Or maybe there's an extra check here that you introduce these random numbers. How expensive are these random numbers? Right? Because we were talking about that yesterday with Pharaoh, wasn't we? If RandF is actually expensive in some way. Because I was also talking about branchless programming and how if you pre-predict, the compiler will know where to go if it has, and it's like predicting, the CPU is like predicting where to go. But if you introduce an if statement, and it doesn't have the result pre-predicted, then it's expensive, right? But this random f isn't happening. This is happening once, right? Oh yeah, this is happening once. This random f isn't happening a lot. This is just like because you enter this if statement, the CPU should know this if statement will be true in the future, so it will predict that we're going in here. Then it gets here and it has to do the thing, but it's only not going to do this all the time. This is a one-time occurrence, so I think that's how it works. Yeah, so adding a choice here again with finesse would be fine. Just add that. that in for now, and then roundef finesse. Else go into police state anyway, right? So this is where the personality sort of scores actually start to matter. Like, how does your NPC behave depending on their personality? So now we're into the drift seek state. I'm going to put that here actually. So I guess we need to be setting the nominal direction in this if statement, right? In this match statement. Let's change this to being a member. Yeah. Let's change this to be a current direction or something. Current direction. Vector 3. And then this is current direction here. And then if we're in, I guess it's just one situation, isn't it? The more I think about it. So maybe I just do the if statement. Hopefully the CPU will know and it will pre-predict, because it should be in that for a long time. So I might get away with if current state is drift seek state, then current direction equals this, else current direction equals this. Then in terms of this stuff, let's see. So drift seek state. Let me just bring it back. Oh, there's a bug here. Oh, really? Okay, interesting. Really? That only happened twice. You can't imagine that. How'd that happen? How would I safety check that? I suppose. What a weird little bug. I mean, it doesn't seem too important, but interesting. How would that happen? Because you move it to the hit position, so maybe just don't do it if hit position. Well, no, because hit position. If this is vector 0, it just turns out as how would that turn out as vector 0? It should be. How confusing. I'm gonna just ignore that. Yeah, it doesn't seem too much important. We'll go back up to the AI state machine thing. It's not not even a state machine, is it? I wouldn't call it a state machine, I would call it just a match statement, right? But it's nice and I like it a lot. Oh, I see. I'm meant to be here. That's why I can't find it. So we want to do these. And then I'm going to debug current state to, let's see. Then if distance squared, seek state, too far, and I think an or statement here would be fine. Right? I think so. Seek state. And then we probably want to. Well, no, these situations are slightly different, I suppose. I'm thinking about it. If you're too far away, yeah, hang on. So if you're too far away, then you want to switch to seek. If there's a time limit situation, then I would grab an aggression I would aggression and see if you flee, else see if you seek like that. Actually, you going, this would be wouldn't it be the other way around? I'm thinking about it. It'd be flee here, and maybe drift seek here. This would change to strafe. Let's add in stray state now. But I'm not. Well, let's test it first. Yeah. He's in Seek. Currently in Seek. He's going in the wrong direction. I must have done something wrong. He's going in the wrong direction. Ah, yes, I see it. Although, reversing. Ooh, you can reverse your ship, couldn't you? Doing that. Or you just minus your impulse, I suppose, but... Look at that, you're in game now, making progress in aircraft. Yeah, I'm just actually making the AI at the moment. Having some, it's quite a lot of fun messing with the AI and improving it. I want to see if it goes into drift. There's a lot of fleeing going on. A lot of fleeing going on. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think that too close is too close, right? Too close. Good. That's what that was at. 50. This is way more fun than doing UI. I hate doing UI. Like, I'm actually having fun. Damn, it just keeps on fleeing and fleeing and fleeing. Interesting. It never gets here. I've never seen it get here. Guess because it's got to pass through two different checks in order to get there. Damn. So, damn. I think that is what I want there. We're out of time, but also, if we run out of time, but we also aren't super far away. Oh, I see. So that's what happened to the deleted blender cubes. They got launched into space. Alright. Yes. The blender cube. Hmm. Thinking about why it's not going into Drift Seek. Very surprising. Because it's a random chance, and the random chance isn't very high. Because you've got to pass 2 checks. But that's fair that you've got to pass these 2 checks. And it means that if your pilot skill is higher, then it matters, right? Which is what I want. But for the sake of this test, I will make it a lot less a lot less that'll happen a lot more. Damn. Okay, let's do this one as well. Okay, something's definitely broken now, because why would it go into flee? Something is broken. It must be this situation, distance squared. Oh, this should be an or statement. Shouldn't it? Shouldn't that be an or statement? There it is. It happened right there. What a strange time for it to happen, though. I think we want this. And then I think we want this. Yeah, I think that's what we actually want. This should only be happening when I'm close. That is actually still too far away. Interesting. I think this is still conflicting here. There's two statements. This is the problem, right? You got this statement and you got this statement, and there's confliction between them. I'm tempted to even just get rid of this statement, but we do need the time limit to work. That's why I wanted to do the or. I guess it should be like this. Actually, it shouldn't. Yeah, there shouldn't be anything there. That's what it should look like. The more I think about it. Now we're going like getting nothing. Let's see. About 200 meters. 300 meters. Let's try that. So that took about 9 seconds, but interesting. I must admit my confusion, to be honest. Maybe I'm flicking back immediately. Have you ever thought about that? I could print as well, but oh mate, I've got to stop. I've got to stop soon. Having too much fun. I gotta stop. Oh, it's doing it now, yeah. So it was flicking. Oh, I see. Oh my god, look how... Man, it's good. It's really good. Okay. We're gonna make it less accurate though, haven't we? So it's flicking back and forth, that's always happening. Let's see. Something about this, right? Distance. Drifting too far. I think too far away should be like 500, right? Too far. Limit. 500 squared. Because really this should be aggression. And this should be finesse. But flee is... I guess go back into seek. Reset seek. Or maybe, yeah, reset seek and state elapsed time. Do that. So you reset the timer. Yeah. Reset the timer. Here. Dan Garrett, hello. Oh my goodness. Now that looks more engaging. Now this is pod racing. Now this is pod racing. I could race some pods. The space station combat? I did promise that. How are you doing, Mr. Sir? Mr. Sir is doing well. I'm doing a lot better since I stopped making Tetris. I stopped working on UI and I'm feeling so much better. I hate working on UI, I hate working on data. This is what the fun bit, right? Making AI systems and things. I hate the colours, black and purple. Oh, for my my Godot. It's easy on the eyes though, isn't it? I like it. I think that's more of a pink anyway. I was going for pink. Sure I was going for pink. Maybe that is a purple actually. What would a pink be? Pink would be like this colour, I guess. Ugh. Bright pink. I wanted bright pink. Where do I find bright pink? Dunno. It's a bit too red. I don't know. You can change it now? I didn't know. You don't like purple and pink. I think pink is my favourite colour. Not this pink though. I don't like this pink. I've lost it now. Damn you, Dan. You made me I had it perfect and then you made me mess with it. Okay. How's your platformer going? If you want to talk about it, you'd have to talk about it. I'm probably going to end my stream pretty soon here because I should. I'm just kind of having too much fun at the moment. This is how it should be set up, but this makes it really boring. This is annoying, right? Yeah. It's pretty annoying that it makes it so boring. This is how it should be set up, but... The fleece state is so boring. The fleece state ruins everything. But it makes sense that this exists. You don't want to make it the enemies too hard, right? But what I might do to the fleece state, you know what I will do to the fleece state? I will slow down the flee state, because when they're in flee, they just fucking zoom away and I can't shoot them. Yeah. It was great. I learned how... Blue's my colour. Maybe that's why I didn't change Godot's default theme. It was great. I learned how to manipulate the tile maps via code. Ooh. Hiding and showing tiles. Ooh. Interesting. Because I tried to make Tetris. I don't know if you know. I did try to make Tetris, but I failed. You only have yourself to blame, young one. I failed to make Tetris. And I'm taking a break from it because I absolutely hated it. What is happening here? Why were you so far away from me? You need to go into Drift Seek, mate. Go into Drift Seek. Damn. Also, Flee State maybe a little bit. Flee State. Distance too far. 500. Well, that's what that is. Let's try something different with it, actually. Tetris. It shouldn't have been hard, right, to make Tetris. It shouldn't have been hard at all. And I was so close. Like, I nearly got there. And then there was some stupid bug with the saving and loading. And I couldn't make it. Because I was like making an inventory system where you had Tetris blocks and you were slotting in these Tetris blocks into this inventory system, and I guess I was just doing it wrong, because I realize now I should have watched a tutorial. I should have read some, some GitHub pages or something. Instead, I just did it all myself and just sort of did it without any sort of guide or anything, and yeah, it just ended up being a mess. I'm just gonna cheat and do this because, yeah. Oh, this is the wrong way around. I'm gonna make this less likely. Well, you should clamp that. Right. You should probably clamp that. I'll worry about that later. I'll worry about clamping that later. Although, having a character that never flees is probably fine. Oh, I saw it change there and it changed straight back. So there must be a problem. Yeah, it's flicking back. You know what? I'm gonna put a print. Print change state. Yeah. So I know when it changes state. It changed state 2 times then. Yeah, so it's flicking. Yeah, it's flicking back and forth. Distance squared, drift leak too far is less than. Oh, that should be greater than. Ah, that should be greater than. That's why I was flicking back and forth. Let me see. There we go. I'm gonna buff the movement speed here to 2.0. I'm going to make it more likely to flee. Actually, I'm going to put these things back because actually I do want to see how, because there was obviously just a little bit of a miscalculation there. Maybe it will work because this is how I want it to be set up. Also, I really have to debuff the accuracy. They are way too accurate at the moment. These guys. So he went into flee there. Phantom images don't work. Classic. Flee. Seek. Seek. Yeah, it's just too unlikely, isn't it? It's too unlikely that it passes all of these situations and gets into drift state. Damn. Let me go up here real quick. Tuning state. Old state dot state name. To current state. Dot state name. New state dot state name. Now I know what's going on a little bit more. Valid get property state name on object nil. Oh. Strange. Changing from stop to seek. Attention. Drift seek to flee. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, that happened way too quickly. What happened there? I wonder. Let me think. So we went to seek, and then we went to drift seek, and it was like almost instant. that we switched back. Switch to flee. Time limit. First time. It should have. Greater than seat. Time limit. Which state time limit does not equal 0 minus 1. State time limit plus equals delta. State lapse time. To flee. That's strange. They put a time limit of 5 seconds here. So I could actually probably set it up so it goes in this corner, right? Let me just wait a second. Drift seek to flee. And it didn't give me a print. Oh, I see what happened. Oh, I see. Oh, my mistake. That's okay. Fine. I'm gonna make this a different number. Oh man, I need to stop. I need to stop. I'm having too much fun. Oh no, I need to stop. I have to stop coding because otherwise I'm gonna make myself ill, right? Oh. I feel like I'm on a roll. Damn, the lack of turning there is kind of weird. And there it is. Okay. You're not changing out. It's good. That worked out well. I'm losing really badly right now. But it's not really, there's too much fleeing, right? The fleeing is ruining everything. I think Ling should be a really low chance, to be honest with you. Ling is just ruining everything. So round depth is greater than progression times 2. Yeah, Ling just ruins everything. It ruins everybody's time. So I think this is going to be a permanent change where I times that by 2. But I clamp it. Oh well, I choose the minimum between that and 0.9. Alright. Shoo shoo, yes. I gotta stop because I'm having too much fun. Well, I mean, that's not a bad thing, but it's just I need to go outside every day. I need to make sure to eat some lunch. I need to make sure to like exercise and all of this stuff. I can't be sitting on my computer all day. So, but I'm really happy with the progress today. It feels really good. It's way better than making UI, right? I'm gonna name this backup something like start of AI Refactor. Alright. I will raid... Well, I feel like I should raid Murdboy, but also I should raid Feyre, and I think I would want to raid Feyre, right? He's so cool. He's a really cool cat. Thank you. Yeah, see you later, Specknet. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you, mate. I can't wait to see your art and stuff, your commissions. That'll be great. And thank you everyone on Twitch for stopping by and hanging out and chilling. And I hope you all have a fantastic day, and I will see you tomorrow.